Hi, everybody. Good evening. For those that don't know me, my name is Noah
Wait, no,
Schwartz.
wait, we haven't actually started yet.
Oh, I thought you wanted me to speak. My bad.
No, I'm sorry, I did, it didn't sound that way, but I don't, not yet. Dr. Guillory is going to introduce you in just a couple of minutes.
You're live.
Thank you. So, okay. Welcome, everyone, to the Brookline School Committee meeting on October 21st, 2021. And we will get right down to business because we have lots to do tonight. But I do hope people have had a chance to enjoy this beautiful weather. I think we get some more tomorrow. First item on the agenda is the consent agenda. And why don't we try to do it all at once? Do I have someone to move the consent agenda?
I'll move it.
Thank you, Helen. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you very much, David. Do we have any questions, comments, thoughts?
Thank you for the Gaga Pit donation.
Yep, that's from Dr. Levy, so thank you for that. And we also have the John Emery Hoare Foundation is giving $10,000 to BHS. So those are two gifts that I really want to highlight. So thank you very much.
And just so people know, that comes every year from that fund.
Oh,
So,
does it? Oh,
yeah.
oh, that's great. Okay. Any other questions? I know Ray is here. Is any questions on the on the change orders or anything? Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a vote then. Susan, are you there?
Yes.
Thank you. Helen?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Let's Jennifer?
Yes.
Stephen is not here yet, is he? He may or may not be able to make it. He's in New York with his dad, who's actually not doing well. Mariah?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Okay, thank you. Now we're moving on to the superintendent's report and our spotlight on excellence. So Noah, just wait another minute and you're going to be on. So go ahead, Dr. Guillory.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for joining us tonight. We're going to do a quick walkthrough on the superintendent's update, our superintendent's report, so that we can get to our much anticipated spotlight on excellence this evening. So with that, Deputy Superintendent No Miller is going to pull up our slides and we will jump right into it.
Just give me 1 second here. It's saying I don't have the right settings. There we go. Thank you, Robin. All right, can everyone see the slides?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Great.
Perfect. Thank you, Casey. So for our superintendent's report tonight, our agenda will be as follows. We're going to share an update on the school visits, take a look at some of our community engagement, look at our district themes in action, our building projects update, as well as our spotlight on excellence. So since our last visit, we've been around to some more schools doing, again, my rotation. So as I shared with you, I've booked out my schedule, hard scheduled school visits from now through the end of the school year. So the frequency of the formalized visits, I'll share out, and I'll give some more details about those as we get a little bit further in, but just giving you an idea of where we've been recently. So we've been to Beep again, where we visited both the Putterham location as well as the Lynch Center. We were at Baker twice. We also, so I had a team meeting visit that's coming up to Baker actually next week, as well as my in-depth visit there, and then was at Driscoll a little bit earlier today. So on the docket, we have Heath, Lawrence, and Lincoln coming up over the next week. As far as our community engagement, I had the awesome opportunity to attend the Margaret Metzger Fellows Program, where last spring they wrote over the summer and under the guidance of BHS English chair, John Andrews, and they presented their essays about their experiences in the classroom on stage at Lincoln School last Friday. And I was so fortunate to get in for a portion of the program. So congratulations to the Metzger Fellows, Juan Wang from Driscoll School, Alyssa Connor from BHS, William Gordon from Lawrence School, Zach Broken Rope from BHS, Colleen Kavanaugh from Runkle School, and then Susan Balo from Baker School. And thank you, Susan, for the invite to the event. We also had a visit from the EEC commissioner at Ridley this week. Helen and Suzanne joined me there along with Regina, Aaron, and Margaret from our early childhood, BEEP early childhood. So the PSB team did some tours of classrooms, also at Lynch, I believe, as well as at the Temple as well, and met to discuss.
It's Beep on Beacon.
Beep on Beacon, that's it. And met to discuss future planning of early education, early childhood education in public schools, as well as supporting the financially vulnerable young families. There was a renewed collaborative effort between DESE and EEC, and so we're looking forward to their working together to provide high quality education opportunities for our young families in the public schools. And then I also had a chance to stop by Ridley last Friday as well to see their flag football. So thanks, Principal Buller, for inviting me over with that. And I think I shared with you all, or maybe not, I had a few meetings, parent meetings. I met with BEEP parents on October 8th, the parent leaders there, as well as the Medco Parent Advisory Group on October 12th, and then the district parent leaders and site council representatives on October 13th. As we take it out, look at our elements of our district theme in action, building relationships. We'll be meeting on November 1st, collaborative and bridge the gaps in communication to align various human resources, documentation, policies, and strategies in an effort to better serve our employees. Under creating a culture of care, our family surveys, we're looking forward to parents participating and giving me thoughts and ideas around their experiences in the public schools of Brookline as it pertains to my entry planning, data and information gathering. And then as far as eliminating barriers, SEED, Seeking Educational Equity and Diversity, and CARE, the Coalition for Anti-Racism Education, the district-wide parent and family network and PD groups are working to make sure that our schools are more inclusive and equitable in each of our school communities. We also held a senior staff meeting at Runkle. So remember, I shared with you that our senior leadership teams, we're moving those out to the schools where appropriate. So we had the opportunity to go to Runkle, and their Principal Finnegan had the senior team members actually participate in the advisory session. So I had an awesome time in the advisory, participating in that lesson that the leaders were leading there. So we thank them again for that work and experience. And we also held our third leadership team meeting yesterday here with all of our building principals. And again, continuing to work to align and collaborate as we get better at our work together. Building project updates. So Brookline High School, the STEM building is now complete and fully occupied. The Tappan Gym, the anticipated occupancy in December, and then 22 Tappan is still targeted for mid-January. The Driscoll School, I was again over there today and was getting quite the education on that site. And actually, one of the construction supervisors came out and was telling me about apparently there's an underground stream that's running under that building project. And so it was thoughtful of him to explain how they're going to reroute the stream, the underground stream, to actually go around so that we don't have that running under the building. So that was an interesting learning for me as well. And so again, and they're also going to put up the, I think, sort of like the portico windows there so that the kids can actually see the site as it's being built out there. The anticipated occupancy again is fall of 2023. And then we just actually concluded a peer school design meeting. And so again, lots of work there and thought and deep community partner participation in that. Next up, we are pleased to notice that two of our schools were listed in the top 5 best middle schools in Massachusetts recently. And it's important to note that all of the PSB schools are listed in the top 100 best schools in Massachusetts. So again, great work here. We want to certainly acknowledge those communities for the hard work and our entire district for, again, our community's commitment to public education, our educators' hard work, and making sure that our kids are best prepared. And again, this is a big shout out to all of the PSB staff, faculty, staff, administrators, as well as the community, because it certainly takes the community's effort for our schools to be recognized in this way. And finally, we have our Spotlight on Excellence tonight. This evening, we turn the spotlight on excellence to student athletes who have powered the Brookline High School boys tennis team to successive state championships. The team earned the Division I state championship in 2018, 2019, and 2021. If the pandemic had not disrupted the 2020 season, they would have likely earned the top spot in 2020 as well. The team is most deserving of the Spotlight on Excellence Award. In addition to winning the state championship, several players were named All Scholastics by the Boston Globe and Boston Herald in the 2021 spring season. I will now turn it over to Coach Mowat so that he can say a few words about the players. Coach Mowat will also introduce a couple of team members who are able to join us this evening. And I want to say that Coach Mowat and team, we have our framed certificate for the tennis team here in my office, and we'll make sure we get it over to you for display. And again, congratulations from my seat and then from all of the public schools of Brookline. Coach Mowat.
Yeah, great. Great. Thank you for having me. There was one player that was going to speak today, but he unfortunately can't make it. Jayanth Devaya, my #1 singles player, unfortunately had an obligation at the last minute. But Noah Swartz, one of my captains from the season, is going to speak after I speak. So thanks again for doing this. Spotlight on Excellence is definitely a great award. I've been doing this for 20 years. So my 20th year, we won a state championship. So that was a nice reward. I'm very proud of that you chose the team to get this award. The program was started with Coach Nick. He won it in 2018, 2019. Noah was on the team both of those years, along with Sam Feldman. Unfortunately, couldn't make it today. But they started the ball rolling. They work amazingly hard. They travel all over the country, doing different tournaments, playing USTA, visiting schools, et cetera, et cetera. So they work really hard to make this program work. And I think it's really helped the younger generation. I hear we have like 10 to 14 freshmen interested in trying out, and a lot of them actually took the leadership of Noah and Sam and Jayanth and are doing USTA. And you have to be able to do that to be really competitive in the state. But I mean, our season was led by my captains, Sam Feldman, Noah Schwartz, and Vardhan Kabanda. They did an amazing job, especially with what we had to go through with the masks and all that fun stuff. But luckily, the state was able to kind of be a little lenient in the end, and we were able to actually play tennis without any hindrances. Yeah, the code rig, they really helped me lead the team as far as the COVID regulations and stuff like that. So I really appreciate them on that. So we won the states. Unfortunately, the state final, we weren't able to have Noah in the final. He had a family trip that was planned years before, anticipation that June 29th or 28th, that we would be done with the season. So some kids stepped up. Andrew St. Clair ended up going from second doubles to third singles, so he really stepped up. Also, sophomore Jacob Capusta, who played a few matches here and there during the season. But luckily, I kind of warned him ahead of time that we might actually need him to play in the state final. So I think mentally he was kind of ready for that. So he stepped in and played with freshman Arush Admala, and they actually won the clinching point against Westboro at second doubles, where they lost the first set 7-5, and they won the next two sets 6-1, 6-1. So they really turned things around. So I just wanted to mention them, that they kind of stepped up and helped out. There were a lot of other starters. I mean, a lot of my non-starters would be starters on other teams. So I kind of appreciate their sacrifice that they did. So Teo Dimov, Owen Esky, Evan Vu, and Enzo Shippa, they all stepped up and played this season in different matches. I was able to kind of rest some of my starters because we had a kind of congested match schedule. Yeah, so they really stepped up. I want to thank Athletic Director Pete Rittenberg. He was a great leader throughout the year. It was kind of a fast turnaround. We had about a week to get ready for the season. And then we went right in with 3 matches a week, starting with Wellesley, which is our competitor, as you guys know. Yeah, so he did a great job, and he really stepped up in organizing the tournament at the end and kind of protecting us and telling like the MIA director what we wanted out of it. And he did a great job of tweeting during the final, because we had limited visibility as far as people coming in and watching the match. So he kind of kept everyone up to date with tweets about what was happening and everything like that. So I'm sure the families appreciate that. And I mean, especially the parents, I want to thank them for their sacrifices over the year, bringing kids to tournaments and paying for lessons, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, their sacrifice is greatly appreciated by myself and the team. So that's that. Yeah, we beat Westboro 4-1 in the state final. Obviously, we lost Noah and Sam to graduation, but we have, again, I said, a freshman coming up. So hopefully we can kind of continue the program going forward. So I guess I'd like to pass it on to Noah Schwartz, who's at the University of Florida now. And
Yes.
thanks again.
Yep. All right. Good evening, everyone. For those that don't know me, my name is Noah Schwartz, and I graduated from Brookline High last spring. I'm currently enrolled at the University of Miami, and so far it's been an amazing time. However, I'm here to talk to you guys about the 4 amazing years I spent on the boys varsity tennis team, which I feel incredibly honored to be recognized for. One of the earliest memories I could remember was the bus rides to the away matches freshman year. I was a scrawny 15-year-old, but I remember being warmly welcomed by the team's upperclassmen and invited to sit with them on almost every bus ride. What we were able to accomplish as a team was truly remarkable, first under Coach Piro and then under Coach Mowat. For those that don't know, I played second singles for both freshman and sophomore year. However, that goal of being first singles always stuck with me. My teammate and friend Sam Feldman, who cannot be here with us today, was always there to motivate and push me to improve, especially during those first 2 years. After back-to-back state championships, we thought we were invincible heading into the 2020 season. Just as we were preparing for our 3rd state championship, the entire world flipped upside down. And as soon as the coronavirus broke out, what would have been our 3rd consecutive championship just vanished in thin air. Fast forward a year later, our team was introduced to our new highly motivated coach, Coach Mowat. Although a year went by without a season, the new group of guys we added onto the roster were just as determined to win another championship as we were. At first, many of the guys, including myself, were mentally and emotionally motivated, but physically not at her best. So Coach Mowat made sure to prioritize fitness and conditioning first, and the actual tennis part second. What I remember the most about last season, besides winning the championship, were the many laps we ran around Waldstein Park. I'm so grateful for the amount of effort Coach Mowat put into the previous season, and I can't wait to make a guest appearance to the courts when I'm back in the spring next year. So once again, thank you so much for the recognition.
Thank you so much, Noah. Thank you so much, Coach Mowat. Congratulations on a well-deserved championships that you had and all that hard work to get there. And thank you, Dr. Guillory, for recognizing them so that we could hear these wonderful stories. So thank you very much. You're welcome to stay as long as you want, but you probably have stuff to do, Noah, I don't know, at the university. So
Very busy schedule. That's
yeah.
I appreciate everything though. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Take care.
Thanks again, guys.
Take care. Okay, we're moving on. Are you done, Dr. Guillory, with your report?
Yes, ma'am. I'm all concluded. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to two possible votes. The first one is the memorandum of agreement with the Brookline Educators Union. Andy, do you want to introduce it or move it? Or
Sure, I'll do both. Yeah, so it's my pleasure to bring forward this MOA with the BEU that addresses COVID-related issues for the current school year. So this was agreed to by the negotiating teams back on October 6th, and it's since been ratified by the BEU membership. The full text is publicly available on the town website on the page that links to the documents for today's meeting. But let me just mention the three aspects of the agreement. Firstly, the vaccine mandate will go into effect for staff represented by the BEU. We'll need to consider one tweak to the school committee's vaccine policy, which we'll do momentarily, I think, after voting on this MOA. Secondly, the state currently mandates that employers provide a certain number of sick days for COVID. And if that law is allowed to lapse before the end of this school year, then in the MOA, we're undertaking to extend eligibility for those sick days until the end of the school year. And thirdly, there's some language in here about what we do for students who need to be absent for COVID-related reasons. This allows for live streaming to individual students where that's pedagogically appropriate, and for remote teaching if an entire class has to quarantine. So I'd like to thank our negotiating team for their hard work on this. That was Suzanne, Val, Mariah, Ty, and Linus. I'd also like to thank the BEU's negotiating team for some unvarnished but productive discussions about how to keep schools running during COVID. So I move that the school committee approves the memorandum of agreement with the Brookline Educators Union dated October 6th, 2021.
thank you. Do I have a second? Val, thank you. Someone on the team, you know. Are there any comments, questions, thoughts before we vote? Okay, we'll go ahead and vote. Susan,
Yes.
Helen,
Yes, sorry.
that's okay. Val,
Yes.
David,
Yes.
Andy,
Yes.
Jennifer,
Yes.
Mariah,
Yes.
Stephen, you're here now?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. And a special thank you, Andy, for being chair of the negotiations team and for leading us in this effort. You're not off the hook. We've got more coming, but thank you for what we've done so far. So great. Thank you. David, would you like to lead us through a possible amendment to our vaccination policy?
Yes, I would. So as many of you may recall, we not too long ago passed a staff vaccination policy. And one of the requirements in that policy was for staff to be tested 3 times a week if they qualified for an exemption to receiving the vaccine. Now, for various reasons, it's proven impractical to be able to receive 3 tests per week. And also the recently approved MOA that we just voted on specifies that testing would be 1 time a week for those who receive a qualified exemption. So for those reasons, I would be recommending that we amend our policy to one PCR test a week from the previously mentioned 3. And that way our policy would be in alignment with the newly approved MOA.
Do I have a second to that? Thank you, Andy. Are any questions, comments before we vote? Thoughts? Okay, we'll go ahead and vote. We'll kind of start in the middle. David,
Yes.
Andy,
Yes.
Jennifer,
Yes.
Mariah,
Yes.
Stephen,
Yes.
Susan,
Yes.
Helen,
Yes.
Val,
Yes.
and I vote yes as well. Okay, thank you. We're now moving on to discussion presentations of current issues. And our first one is an update on social emotional learning. And I think Casey Miller, you're going to lead us in that conversation, and you have some help, I think, from others. I see Maria.
Yep, I have both Dr. Dubois
Oh,
and
there he is. Yep.
Dr. Litas here. But I'll kick us off. So thank you, Suzanne. Good evening, everyone. So tonight is our second update on our SEL efforts this year. I'm joined by my colleagues, Dr. Maria Litas and Dr. Matt Dubois, to give us an update. Before we do that, though, I want to just remind the school committee that we are committed to providing periodic updates throughout the year, especially given the significant investment in increasing our mental health supports and capacity in our system this year. So just to remind folks, we were able to add 9 adjustment counselors into our school system this year, in addition to an administrative position, which Matt Dubois has so graciously taken and run with to oversee and lead this work for the entire system. Just a couple of notes before I pass it on to Matt and Maria. Timing was really critical to add these mental health supports to our schools this year. What we are already seeing is an increase in mental health needs already in our students. We're seeing, as Claire Gallion reported a couple of weeks ago, higher levels of stress, not just in our high schoolers, but at the K-8s too, among our students, higher levels of anxiety, depression, withdrawal, and low attendance than we have in previous years. Increasing our system's capacity has really allowed us to meet these needs, not just with the addition of the adjustment counselors, but also allowing our school counselors and school psychologists to also take on more than what they really could have done previously. Both Matt and our group of adjustment counselors have really hit the ground running, which he'll go into a bit more. As Dr. Guillory mentioned, we met with all of the principals and the senior staff on Wednesday for our regular leadership team meeting. And I was pleased to hear from the principals reporting that the difference is really felt in the schools already with the addition of the adjustment counselors at each of their buildings. So with that, I will hand it off to you, Matt.
Awesome. Thanks, Casey. I'm gonna share my screen. All right, and thank you so much, school committee, for offering us time this evening to give updates regarding our SEL programming. I'm going to attempt to be relatively brief so that we can have plenty of time at the end for folks to ask questions and offer any thoughts or comments they have regarding this work. As Casey started with, we had this really exciting and really sort of awesome task to begin the school year to hire 9 adjustment counselors for the district. And so 1 for each of our elementary schools and 1 for the high school. We've been able to fill those positions, and we are so excited and we are so thrilled with the group that we've brought into Brookline. As we were going through that process, we were really looking for candidates who had a demonstrated interest in supporting equity. And we were also really looking for folks who had a broad range of clinical experiences working with and supporting school-aged children. And then finally, we really wanted clinicians who had a deep interest in skill set in supporting and working with caregivers. I'll talk about this a little bit more in a minute, but our adjustment counselors are really helping support the students in our buildings who have the highest level of social and emotional need. And a really fundamental and really important part of that work is being able to collaborate and work with families. And so as Casey referenced, our adjustment counselors have been so important so far as we've started this school year. In our K-8, they've already supported over 160 children. And so we're not even 2 months into the school year. So that number is obviously going to increase. And I just think that helps frame just how critically important that role has been in supporting our kids. The life of a clinician within a school means that no 2 days are the same. But broadly, our adjustment counselors, again, are helping support students in our buildings who have higher levels of social and emotional need. And so oftentimes in the morning, our adjustment counselors are working with caregivers and working with kids to sort of support attendance and to support engagement. Oftentimes our adjustment counselors are meeting with students first thing in the morning to sort of help sort of regulate them, help them sort of have that soft landing that then allows them to sort of engage in the rest of their school day. And then most of the school day, our adjustment counselors are meeting with students for individual or group therapy. And the focus of that work really depends on the needs of the student. So that can sort of range from helping kids develop healthy coping skills to manage strong emotions, to helping kids develop a variety of social skills. A lot of our kids who access clinical services in schools also have a variety of outside supports. So oftentimes we'll have an outside therapist or an outside med provider. Our adjustment counselors do a really important job with communicating with all those outside providers. And that's a really important case management part of the role to really make sure that we're having wraparound services and supports for our kids. And then if there is a student that is presenting with higher levels of social and emotional need, for example, if there is sort of a crisis moment, our adjustment counselors, regardless if that is a student that is or is not on their caseload, will oftentimes be involved with supporting that student. What I also want to offer is that each of our schools has a process for how it is that kids come to access clinical services, and student need very much drives that process. What I want to highlight is that our adjustment counselors are available to all students who may require that level of support in order to access instruction. What Casey also offered is that hiring the adjustment counselors has allowed us to reorganize our school counseling program. And more specifically, that's allowed our school counselors to do more classroom-based SEL instruction and support. And they're continuing to do small group intervention as well. And the focus of that work has sort of ranged as we've started the school year, and there's a variety of topics that they'll sort of address as we move through the school year, but I've sort of highlighted some here. And so it's pretty common for them to be teaching lessons around managing strong emotions, on forming healthy relationships with peers, on helping kids make good decisions, on using the internet and social media safely. There's been a lot of social skill work that's already happened. And there's a lot of sort of flexibility on what that work can look like based on student need. What I also want to highlight here as we're building our SEL program is that it's really, really important that we're building a program through both a prevention lens and a responsive lens. What I mean by that is that it's really important that we are on purpose, very intentionally offering kids experiences and instruction that's going to help support their social and emotional development. We know that when kids develop strong social and emotional skills, it can help prevent the onset of more significant social and emotional challenges. At the same time, we want to make sure that we have supports in place to be highly responsive to students when they are presenting with higher levels of social and emotional need. And so right now, with having our adjustment counselors in our buildings, with having our school counselors in place, with having our school psychologists, we're really able to provide this really important continuum of support for kids, where we can be both proactive and preventative in supporting kids' social and emotional development and be effectively responsive to student needs when they are presenting them within the building. Briefly, I do also want to sort of highlight that for caregivers, if they ever have any concerns whatsoever regarding their child, a really important first point of contact is their school counselor. They do a beautiful job helping support kids and helping to support caregivers regardless of what the challenge might be. When I came to the school committee at the end of August, I sort of highlighted where our SEL priorities are for the school year. And those priorities were very much framed around what it is that kids experienced last year and what we anticipated them to need as we move into the current school year. And those priorities were really centered around helping kids form strong relationships in our buildings and helping kids feel safe, affirmed, and supported in all their learning spaces. As I've been walking through our buildings and spending time in classrooms, it's been a really powerful and awesome experience to see how much time, and intentionality and love all of our educators have put forth to make sure that all of our kids are feeling supported as we're beginning school. And so our professional development and technical assistance and all the resources that we provide educators are going to continue to be anchored in those priorities. So around helping kids form strong relationships and helping kids feel safe and supported at school. My position is in the Office of Student Services, but I want to really highlight here that our SEL program is very much a close collaboration between the Office of Student Services, the Office of Teaching and Learning, and the Office of Equity. We really like working together, and we also know that it's really important to collaborate in order to move all of our work forward. And all of us collectively are sort of trying to make sure that all of our kids have access to teaching practices that are going to help support equitable learning experiences and equitable outcomes for all of our students. I do want to sort of name and sort of highlight, sort of a tension or sort of a worry that some people have regarding investing in SEL. I think sometimes, people can have a worry that doing that's going to be at the cost of high quality instruction, or it's going to be at the cost of academic learning. Our experiences in research is really clear that our investment in social emotional learning is very likely to have a positive impact on our academic outcomes. And the reason for that is that when we invest in SEL, we're going to increase the likelihood that all of our kids are socially or psychologically and emotionally prepared to access the instruction that we provide them. And so that's just a really, really important frame for us, is that our investment in social emotional learning and our investment in high quality teaching practices, these aren't competing demands. These are very much in support of each other. One thing I would offer as sort of an example of some of this collaboration, Janae Utaro, who's our Senior Director of Equity and just an incredibly powerful resource for us as a district, will periodically offer what we call the Equity and SEL Minute, and that will appear in the Superintendent's weekly update. And within that space, we'll sort of highlight one aspect of equity and sort of one aspect of SEL that as a community we can really focus on and help support in our children. As we are building our SEL program, collaborating with key stakeholders throughout the district is really, really important. I've highlighted here some of our collaborations with MECO and with STEPS and with our GSAs and with our English learner education. And a really fundamental part of that collaboration is making sure we have a complete and deep knowledge of the needs of all of our students. And again, making sure that we're being really intentional in designing supports that are both proactive and are being are responsive to what it is that our kids might need. A couple other brief updates. We have updated our school counseling website. A link to that will appear on our homepage. There'll also be some messaging that will go out to families. And that website is very much designed for our community and for our caregivers to sort of give them information and resources they can use at home with their kids to help support social and emotional learning. Briefly, one of the goals that we had at the beginning of the year was to have a deeper understanding of the curricula that have been used historically within the district and that are being used right now. I want to highlight that second step is a curriculum that has most frequently been used within the district. I've highlighted here 3 spaces where that work is happening, so in BEEP, in MECO, and in STEPS. What I'll do is I'll be meeting with those folks throughout the year to really have a better understanding of their experiences with their curriculum, and then sort of use that information to see if that's something that we want to move forward to other key stakeholders, including school committee, as something we would recommend to use throughout the district. And then finally, we are set to engage in our universal screening work next week. And that's going to provide really important information about what it is that our students are experiencing. Now, as Casey sort of referenced, qualitatively, we sort of already know that a lot of our kids are experiencing challenging emotions. We're in this sort of interesting context right now, where even prior to the pandemic, we know that the levels of mental health symptoms and the level of mental health diagnoses were increasing in our children. And the early and emerging research is pretty predictable that the pandemic is having a significant and adverse impact on the mental health of a lot of our kids. And so, as Casey referenced, we have a lot of students who are feeling worried and are feeling fearful and are feeling stressed and sad and lonely. And so it's really important. It's our job and our responsibility to continue to listen to our kids and to use their voices to help inform the supports that we're providing them. Casey referenced Claire Gallion, who just had this beautiful summary of what it is that a lot of our kids are experiencing and how it impacts their ability to engage instruction. And so for us, it's going to be really, really important that we're continuing to prioritize mental health throughout the year and continuing to prioritize social emotional learning for the foreseeable future. So that is all that we have. And so I'll stop sharing and we can sort of move to questions or thoughts that folks have.
Sure, okay. Thank you very much, Matt. You covered a lot in a quick amount of time, so it'll take us a moment to digest it. But Val, you're ready, so go right ahead.
I am. Matt, thank you for the presentation and the update. It was really helpful. I have a question on the classroom-based piece that you raised. Is that being differentiated for diverse learners? And if so, how are you doing that?
Awesome, great. So is that just a reference with some of the activities that are happening within the school?
Yeah, so for special ed students in particular, how are you addressing that?
Awesome, yeah. So with us, it is an example. So one resource that we send to folks is we call it our SEL directory, where there's sort of a wide variety of practices that teachers can engage in. At the front part of that directory, we have some information about how to adapt all of our practices to meet the needs of diverse learners. One sort of a good place to start is looking through a student's IEP or 504 and sort of identifying the accommodations that the student may have. And so much of those accommodations that are effective for academic instruction are also really effective for instructing around social emotional learning. And so, I think that's sort of a good starting place for it. But that's something that, we think, deeply about, and we want to make sure that we meet the needs of all of our students, including those with disabilities.
Others. I would like to say thank you to Claire. I think she's on our call here, on our Zoom call, because I think you raised awareness, Claire, of the workload at the high school and stress that it's causing some students. And I believe that led to a weekend free of homework. So thank you to those who heard you and tried to help and are still thinking about that.
I can imagine Claire was very popular.
You guys. Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I was gonna say, I imagine you're very popular among your peers with the homework free weekend.
I don't know.
Got it. Jennifer.
Thank you, Matt. We talked a little bit at the curriculum subcommittee meeting about some of the SEL work, and I just wanted to come back to a question I have about the sort of, I guess what I would call tier 1 SEL versus the tier 2 SEL. And to me, the second step program is a lot of discrete lessons, maybe once a week times 30 minutes. And so that's, to me, the way that I think about that is more of a tier 2 sort of, or an additional tier 1. It deals a lot with healthy friendships and bullying and other topics that are very important for students to get experience with. And there's a lot of role play and really good things in there. But to me, it's also different than that same daily classroom experience that kids are getting in that structure. And so I'm thinking that, I heard in the presentation that the adjustment counselors are able to the school counselors are able to go in and provide some of that support. But I'm just concerned or just thinking and wondering, what is the district's plan for that sort of tier 1 SEL framework or structure? Is it something that we think that we might be creating? There's programs out there, but I'm not, that do this sort of work. Like, for example, to be specific, like the idea of morning meeting, which is, or an open circle or dialogue circles, or there's many different names for the sort of the same thing. And it creates a structure for educators and students to carve out time to get to know each other and build relationships, to build community. So I just think it's more vital than ever that we carve that time out for our classroom communities. And so I'd love to hear more about what the district thinks about that and how we can be sort of strategic and explicit about carving out that time, giving educators the time to do that, and then also giving some consistent resources for educators. So
Yeah,
that was a lot.
No, it's good. No, and I think you're hitting on a really important thing. So for us, when we're sort of thinking about our SEL program, I think the things that you noted, we're sort of thinking it's both. It's sort of additive, and sort of what we know from research is that if you're just focusing on climate and you're not including explicit instruction, you're probably not going to be as effective. If you're just focusing on instruction and you're not also focusing on environment, you're not going to be as effective. And so for us, it's really, really important that we are creating those relationships and that we're creating those environments, because that helps support all learning. And that we're also providing kids with explicit opportunities to learn those skills, for example, with a freestanding lesson or in sort of other spaces. So both of those are going to be really vital to a complete SEL program. And then as we're thinking about something like a second step, I think we would conceptualize any sort of SEL curriculum as falling within tier 1. So anything that would be done within a classroom for all students, that's sort of where we would think about it there. But for us, again, it's important that it's not just one of those things. There's a lot of things there's a lot of elements that go into a complete SEL program. So where we've really prioritized our work this year for classroom teachers is around that environment piece, is around that relationship piece. We have some other sort of resources for explicit instruction, but right now that explicit piece is falling sort of more heavily on our school counselors, and we'll continue to evaluate that throughout time. That's sort of that's where we are right now.
Maria, did you want to comment as well? Thank you, Matt.
So I just want to emphasize SEL work is not only, school counselors, and it's just really the work of all of us. So our goal is really to embed social emotional learning and to help our educators just see all the opportunities to incorporate it in their lessons and in their classes. So that is our goal in all the work that we're doing with SEL.
Thank you. Stephen, I see your hand.
Thanks, Suzanne, and sorry to be off camera. Thanks for that presentation, and thanks also to Casey for getting out ahead of this issue so much this year. It just seems like we really have a unified attack on some of the social emotional struggles that our students are facing. My question is, has there been any effort to identify at all systematically some of the specific stressors that are faced by students? I mean, I know Claire identified homework in the high school. In some earlier conversations one that I had with Casey, I remember talking about how guidance counselors seem like they've got an enormous workload right now, so that students have a hard time just dropping in. Have you had that time to take a look and see if you could identify some specific conditions that are being faced more widely?
It's great. It's a great question. Yeah. So I think a lot of that is coming out from what kids are telling us, right? So Claire sort of highlighted, as you just noted, right, around, work and stress. And I think, in other spaces where they're talking with school counselors or they're talking with adjustment counselors or talking with teachers, right? Again, in kids that, I would sort of offer to have varying sort of degrees or ability to sort of communicate to exactly what is making them feel stressed, right? And so there's going to be, continue to be ongoing conversations around the source of that. But, I think for us, to frame is, a lot of our kids, most of all of our kids did not experience a difficult school year last year. Right. And so I think there is this really important adjustment period that's happening with what it looks like to be in school full time and with a full class of students. Right. And so I know that difference and that change is of course going to induce stress for all of our kids. And so, for us, we want to sort of be effective at sort of a school level and a grade level and also on an individual level. Some of our universal screening work will identify some student need, but I think again, just making sure that we give kids spaces and time to tell us what it is that they're experiencing will be important throughout the school year.
And I had a kind of a question, comment, and I know this isn't really what you're addressing, you're working with students, but we've gotten and I've talked to, staff who are also stressed. It's been a tough year. Last year was a very tough year. This year is still hard, really hard. And I know in a district where I worked previously, there actually were some services available to teachers out within the city, but not kind of through the mental health section. I just don't know if you know something, some services, resources for our staff, or if perhaps you could get back to us at some point if there's something. I'm just thinking about them. I know how
Yeah.
hard this has been.
No,
Yeah,
that-
I think
yeah.
I mean, that's, you're absolutely right in identifying that, Suzanne. When we had our principal meeting on Wednesday, they also named that folks, the adults in the buildings, have less reserves than they usually do, understandably so. Folks are operating, 60 miles an hour, and it's just a high level of stress to recover, which is an interesting term to use given what we're all experiencing right now. But to your question, and I don't know if Ty is on right now, but we do have an employee assistance program with a number of different supports. I can't speak to them specifically, but I'm sure we can come back with some more info on that.
Then with another level too, so we built an SEL toolkit, and within that we have a lot of resources that are very intentionally designed for adult wellness. On Monday, the 25th, I'm leading a PD that's focused on adult wellness as well, and I'll probably repeat that throughout the school year because it's a really vital thing to support our educators.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Anyone else have questions, comments? Oh, Mariah.
Thanks. Thanks for the presentation. I wanted to tie two pieces of conversation together to ask a third question, which was about sort of the environment at the high school and people still feeling a lot of stress. And we got an email this afternoon from a parent talking about fights at the high school and possibly some increase. I have no idea if that's accurate. And I was just curious though, if there was any data you had about sort of increased fights at the high school and whether there's any sort of stress related aspect to that, if there's any data on that at all, or if you've, like, we got an email this afternoon, that was the first I'd heard of it.
Yeah, we can come back. I can talk with Anthony and Hal and get back to folks with that information.
I think it would be, I mean, when we think about mental health, right? Like that's another sign of stress, right? Is if there is more going on there, I think it would be important to explore that through exactly the same lens of just kids feeling a lot of stress and what can we do to relieve some of that tension. Thanks.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts, comments, questions? Okay. Okay, I've not seen any for now. Thank you for the update. I know you're doing a lot of good work out there, so I really appreciate that. I think we'll have you back in, a little bit and have another update, but and also we look forward to hearing those resources for the staff so we can get those out in some form, some manner. So thank you very much. You're welcome to stay as long as you want, but you're also are invited to go and enjoy your evening. So thank you. We're now going to move on to the 2021 MCAS results. And Erin and Leslie, is Leslie here? No, she's Leslie.
That's okay. She, I heard from her. She should be here by the time it is her portion of our slides.
We're a few minutes early, isn't that nice? Well, Erin, you want to start us off?
Sure. Give me 1 second. All right, can everyone see those? Great. All right, so thank you for having me today. I'm gonna go through our results from the spring 2021 MCAS assessment, and towards the end of the presentation, you will also hear from Leslie Bryan Miller, who will talk a little bit more about what OTL and her team and our schools are doing, not only in response to these results, but in response to a handful of other data points that we collect throughout the year from our kids. And just to note, I did give this presentation or a similar presentation to the curriculum subcommittee on Tuesday. So after that presentation, I did condense these slides a little bit since the majority of you had already seen them and edited them a little bit based on some of the questions that came up at subcommittee. So some of these will look similar from Tuesday and some will look a little bit different, but you should have both of those or both of these presentations handy if you need to look back at them. So again, we'll report the results. I will highlight our subgroup achievement and our growth gaps. The OTL team will discuss actions for the 2021-22 school year and beyond, and then I will take some questions. And before I begin, just some quick changes around the spring assessment. It was a different year for MCAS. Students in grades 3 through 8 did only take one session of each subject, ELA and math and science, instead of multiple sessions. Some students did test remotely, some students tested in person. We did have an extended timeline for test takers. And then the parent reports that some of you and others who are listening will receive or should have received do look a little bit different, but there's plenty of explanation in those reports, and you can certainly ask questions of your child's teacher or your child's principal if you have questions about those reports and results. And again, this is only one piece of data. We do have many other what we'll call assessments, but information also of our students that school leaders, teachers, district leaders use throughout the year when we make determinations about our programming and the support that students need. Okay, so here are some high-level results. Our students did perform well overall on both, or really all, assessments, ELA, math, and science, and better than our state averages. On each assessment, the percent of students meeting grade level expectations was a little bit lower than the 2019 assessment. So we did see a little bit of a dip between 2019 and 2021. And then a higher percentage of students scored partially meets or did not meet. So that's the lower two performance levels in math than they did in ELA. So those are just some key takeaways. As we go to the next slide, this is just a sampling of performance levels by grade and subject area. So the patterns that we see here are definitely similar across each of the grade levels. If you go back to my Tuesday presentation, you'll see all of them. But what I wanted to do for you here was again just show you that sampling, and that we want to see a lot of green and blue. That's the percent of students who are meeting or exceeding expectations. So you see a high number of those. In grade 3 ELA, for example, that's 73% of students meeting or exceeding. But then when we look at grade 3 math, that's 59% of students meeting or exceeding. So that's the data point that I talked about earlier, where our performance in math is a little bit lower than our performance in the ELA. And that's a trend that we're seeing again across grade levels, but also across the entire state of Massachusetts. Again, overall, we do fairly well in all our grade levels in all of our subject areas. Just to point out the differences between 2019 and 2021, this graph here will show you each grade level and the percent of students meeting or exceeding expectations. This is in math. So again, on Tuesday, you'd have ELA and math. I'm just going to highlight the math results here for you. So just so you know, the state says a percentage change of 2 or 3% is considered significant. So from year to year, any increase or decrease above 2% is considered a significant change. And what we're seeing here is decreases of at least 5% between 2019 and 2021 in every grade level in math, with the biggest decrease happening in 6th grade at 13%. So a 13 percentage point difference between the percent of students. These are all students, again, meeting or exceeding expectations. As I move forward to our results by subgroup, here are 3 high-level results that we see. Our subgroup gaps are persisting in performance level and our growth measures. Our achievement level gaps increase in almost all of our subgroups from 2019 to 2021. So that's the performance level. And our grade 10 math growth for all students and all subgroups was reported in the low growth range. And I'll explain a little bit what that means when we get to that slide. Okay, so this is a graph that's going to show you grades 3 through 8 combined. So these are all students that took the ELA assessment in 2021 in grades 3 through 8, and the different subgroups, or a handful of different subgroups across those bars. So let's start at the far left. I'm looking at students who are non-economically disadvantaged. 77% of those students performing at the meeting or exceeding grade level expectations on the ELA test, compared to students who are economically disadvantaged at 34%. And then that white bar that shows 43 is going to be that gap between 77 and 34. So the percentage point gap between students meeting grade level, meeting or exceeding grade level expectation between non-economically disadvantaged and our economically disadvantaged population was 43. Similar, if we go across, that gap is 43 for students with disabilities compared with non-students with disabilities, 50% for students who are EL compared to those who are not EL, and then 46% for students who are white compared to students who are African American or Black. And this was ELA. So when we look, oh, and let me just go back one, just for reference, those gaps. But if we look at the economically disadvantaged, we have 43 and 21. The gap in 2019 was 35. So just for reference, for students with disabilities, it was 42 in 2019. For EL students, 42. And actually that race group as well, 42. So those gaps have all increased since the 2019 assessment. Same representation, but we're looking at math for students in grades 3 through 8. These are all students in 3 through 8 across the district that took the assessment. And again, you can see those gaps at 46%, 43%, 23%, and 51% for math. And just also pointing out the percent of students meeting or exceeding expectations in math for African American Black students was 17. 24 for economically disadvantaged students, 30% for our students with disabilities, and then 43% for our EL population. For reference, those gaps in 2019, starting at the far left with our economically disadvantaged population was 38, 52 for our students with disabilities, so that actually decreased that gap. 16 for our EL population, and then 48 for that race group that we're seeing there. And so I'm going to move on to talk a little bit more about SGP, which is our growth measure, a little bit more than I talked about on Tuesday. So just for reference, I have that key there on the right-hand side of the screen. SGP is a measure that ranges from 1 to 99. Any student scoring in the low growth category would have an SGP less than 40. Any student in the typical growth category would have an SGP between 40 and 60, and anything higher than 60 is considered high growth. And just as a reminder, SGP does measure your growth as compared to students across the state who perform at a similar academic level as you. And then in 2021, SGP is a little bit different because you do have to have multiple years of assessments in order to have an SGP because it uses that academic peer group. So for 2021, students in grades 5 through 8 and 10 had an SGP. Students in grades 3 normally do not because the assessment starts in grade 3, but students in grade 4 did not have an SGP for 2021. Either because we did not take the wouldn't have taken the test in 3rd grade. So here, what I've highlighted for you are students in grades 3 through 8 combined, their ELA and math SGP for all students. That's that first row across the top, and then for those our subgroup populations for grades 3 through 8, and then grade 10 as well. And here you can see that all of our populations of students in grade 10 math were in that low growth category. So just to highlight this a little bit further, I've broken down that typical growth category. I've split it up a little bit. So the cells highlighted in orange are typical growth in the 40 to 49 range, and the cells highlighted in yellow are typical growth in the 50 to 59 range. So you can see there's no green on this chart at all. So none of our students in any of our subgroups were in that high growth category. And we're seeing, you know, the majority of students either in that red or subgroups of students in that red or that orange. So I can't see everybody, but I'm hoping Leslie is here. Is she here yet? But if she's not, I can certainly take questions on any of the data pieces before she jumps in to talk a little bit about what our teams are doing.
Leslie, are you there?
Suzanne, I don't think she's here yet. She's at
Okay.
an event for her daughter's school.
Okay, that's fine. Erin, you want to take questions?
Sure, I can take questions. I actually just also got a message from her, so I'll take questions as I'm responding to her.
Fine. So I can't see everybody because.
Oh, here, I can stop sharing.
Thanks. Questions, comments? Yeah, Mariah, then Jennifer.
Thanks, Erin, for pulling together this data. I don't, this is my first time, I think, seeing one of these reports, and I'm like shocked and horrified, I have to say. And should I not be? Is this normal? I'm like kind of blown away right now by the discrepancy and by everything. So, and maybe that's the part of the presentation where Leslie talks, but maybe if someone could sort of anchor me in what's going on here, I would be grateful.
I mean, I can talk to you a little bit about this. You're right. This would be your first MCAS presentation on as a school committee member. But these are gaps that we have seen and presented many, many years. And so it is.
But growing like this year to year, or 2 years, like over 2 years, like I should say now growing, being exacerbated to this scale?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
But yes, you're right in terms of Leslie will be able to talk a little bit more about, you know, what our schools are doing based not only on this, but some of the other pieces that data we're seeing.
Thanks. Can I just make one quick comment back, which is, and I think this is maybe more a comment for Linus, but how, like, it would be helpful, and I haven't seen what Leslie's presenting yet, but what the plan is if we have a 5-year goal for where we're supposed to be as opposed to a 1-year goal to understand, or a 3-year goal, sort of a longer time period of what we're doing over the long term to change these numbers or to improve these numbers, particularly the discrepancy. Thanks.
Thank you, Mariah. Jennifer?
Having seen Leslie's presentation, I know but or I don't know if it's the same, when we were at curriculum subcommittee, the next part I think will work on addressing some of the plans that the district has, Mariah, which may be helpful. And I think we have seen these. I'm sorry. Sometimes I miss when we all met in a room. I'm sorry. So some of the discrepancies we've seen, and it's been an area of concern. And I think that this is a 2-year gap. So I'm not really sure, you know, how much that's grown over time, but I think it's an area that we've been concerned about and watching and thinking about what we're going to do. So that wasn't really what I was going to ask. I was actually going to say thank you, Erin, for adding in the slide that talks more about the growth percentiles, because I think Helen had asked about that. And it sort of broke it down in a little bit more detail. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Yeah, Helen?
Actually, what I had asked about is, of those students where there's the discrepancy, how many have been in the system for 2 years or more? And the answer to your question, Mariah, these are numbers that we have seen before. This has been a problem that we've been trying to work on for a long time. Not with a lot of success, sometimes a little better, sometimes a little worse, but one of the things that I think is important also in this information is, how long have the students actually been with us? Because, the assumption when you're looking at these numbers is that they've been here since kindergarten. And it may be a 10th grader who came in last year type of thing. So that was one of the questions that I had.
Yes, Susan.
I'm happy to ask my question now or wait until the presentation, but it's just sort of a different, Mariah, answer to your question is we have seen these numbers before. They also are exacerbated this year. We know that there are disparate impacts due to COVID on different segments of our population, particularly low income, particularly students of color, particularly English learners. And these are mirrored by trends that we see nationally. So it doesn't make it okay. It means we should absolutely continue to be shocked and horrified and continue to try to confront it. It's not out of, it's sort of shocking, but not surprising, right? I think in terms of what we've done so far, and there's a lot of sort of institutional memory in terms of what we've been trying to do for years, right? So we had the African American Latino Scholars Program, try to pull that down into the lower grades to kind of bring a pipeline of younger kids in. Had a calculus project, go into lower grades, go into summer programs. We spent a lot of time on, we know that educators of color matter in a number of these. So, thinking about diversity in principals, diversity in central office staff, diversity pipelines for paraprofessionals. Like there's no one answer to this. It's social emotional, it's academic, it's teachers and expectations, it's climate and culture, it's a whole set of things. And so I think in various points in the past, although not recently, we've taken that more holistic perspective and looked at kind of the variety of interventions that are required, because it's not all academic and it certainly is not putting it on the kid. It's about sort of what is it that how do our classrooms and our schools need to be in order to sort of make this a successful learning environment for everyone. So I've just put it in the category of shocking, but not surprising, and just hopeful that as we think about our strategic planning process and we think about kind of a renewed focus as we're trying to come out of this pandemic, but a renewed focus on this, I would hope that that kind of 360-degree set of interventions would kind of come back into the fore, and we can kind of think about what the next, start with where we are. Like, let's not start 5 years ago, let's kind of start with, and build from here, as opposed to trying to go backwards.
I think, Susan, what Leslie will say in the next couple of slides, definitely we'll get to that as well. So I see that she's here. Leslie, do you want me to, thanks. I can share my screen and flip through.
Great. Sorry, Leslie. I should have let you, Thank you.
No,
Sorry.
Nope, it's all good. Can you guys hear me? Okay, perfect. So thank you. One of the things that I want to talk about are just the next steps and beyond. And so I think what's really important is that we have to demonstrate continuous improvement with this, right? So these numbers may not be surprising, but we owe it to our students to ensure that all students are achieving. That is in our mission, it's in our vision, it's in our goals. And so, we need to continuously work to close this gap that we're seeing. And some things are going to work and some things are not, but we need to take stock of what's working and find best practices and make sure that we continue them in terms of supporting our educators with them, as well as continuing to fund what's working for our students of color. So I just wanted to walk through a couple of next steps that we've been talking about. And I wanted to start by just saying one of the resources that at least I've found incredibly helpful is from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. It's called the Acceleration Roadmap. And it was designed to address various gaps that we're seeing in various subgroups. And it's just a framework for how to think about addressing those gaps. And so there are 3 buckets. And the first bucket is foster a sense of belonging and partnership among students and families. So I'm not going to talk a lot about the first 2 bullets because I know Casey and Matt just presented, so I know that they talked a lot about this. But I think one of the things that's important to say is that this is a real collaborative effort across departments. And I'm really excited about that because that is how we're going to close this gap. It's not operating in silos. It's about merging our resources, streamlining things, moving in the same direction. And so I hope that these slides really demonstrate the collaboration that's been happening amongst departments. So again, I'm not going to talk much about the first two bullets, but I did want to talk a little bit about the third bullet, which is a collaboration between OSS, the Office of Equity, and the Office of Teaching and Learning. So one of the things that I am charging our coordinators with and department leaders is around building culturally responsive practices into everything we do, right? So when there is a social studies professional development for our third grade teachers, we need around the standards, the frameworks, we also need to embed culturally responsive practices. And that's across every subject area. And so what that looks like is thinking about what are the high leverage strategies that we can implement throughout our classrooms, throughout our content areas. They're going to make a real difference for children. I have to say, Matt Dubois has been absolutely awesome in sharing what those high leverage strategies are. And then we've been working together to select just a few of them, right? So we want to have more depth than breadth in thinking about what are the things we want to make sure we see in our classrooms. So, just an example of what that looks like. One of the things that Matt shared with us as a best practice is having opening routines in your classroom that really ensure predictability, that allow students to allow teachers to ensure that students are in the right frame of mind to actually receive instruction. So that can look like a do now, it can look like a mindfulness act at the start of class or a mindfulness activity. And so what we're doing now is centrally, we are vetting some of those practices and thinking about what would be the most high leverage for us as we move forward. And eventually the goal is to get this to teachers, but first and foremost, I really want to make sure that our department leaders, our curriculum coordinators are really firm and solid in these practices so they can then incorporate it into the everything they do. All right, Erin, I think I'm ready for the next slide. I'm moving to your piece here. Okay. And then the second bucket is continuously monitor students' understanding. So the first bullet, adopt high quality curriculum with embedded unit assessments. So two things I want to say. Assessments, it's not always tests, right? The MCAS gives us information, but there's a lot of other assessments that we can use. And I think from my standpoint, one of the most important things is that we're using formative assessments to guide and direct our instruction. So we need to be really clear on what students know and their areas for growth. And then we need to use that information to lesson plan to make sure that we're addressing those areas for growth. So that's one piece, but I think a good example of this is the new K-5 Investigations 3 that we've recently adopted. There are formative assessments embedded in every unit. And so that gives us common assessments across grades K-5. It's a starting point for our educators to talk about how students are doing, to look at student work. So that's certainly an important piece. And then provide professional development to school leaders on data analysis. And so we've already started that work. We started that work in July, where we talked to school leaders about really telling the narrative of their school, using data to determine what are the strengths of the school and what are the areas for growth, and then using data to determine what the focus area is going to be in a particular school. And so we have school leaders twice a month. One session is a 2-hour technical session. The other session is a 6-hour longer session where we focus on adaptive challenges. And in both the adaptive sessions we've looked at data with our school leaders, and they're using that data to figure out what is the focus of their professional development day? What are the goals of their school improvement plans? I think one of the next steps for us is thinking about how we build a data culture in our schools. And I want to be really clear, this is not to say teachers are or are not doing something. The data is to tell us what our students know and what they're struggling with. And it is our duty to address the things that they're struggling with. And the data really pinpoints that, and it enables us to look at that with a laser-like focus. All right, the next slide, Erin, thank you. So the third bucket that the acceleration roadmap suggests is ensuring strong, grade appropriate instruction with just-in-time scaffolds when they are needed. We've been talking at the curriculum subcommittee about the revised scope and sequences for K-8. We need to continue the revision of curriculum and related professional development for our educators. The second bullet, professional development for evaluators on observation and feedback. So Dr. Guillory's been really clear with us that he expects 100% evaluations completed. And so we want to do that, but we want to do it well. And so we want to calibrate how our evaluators are going about evaluating teachers and staff. And it's not all about evaluation. It's really about support and feedback. That is the real goal of the observation and feedback cycle. And so OTL has already, actually just today, they had a session for evaluators led by Michelle Herman and Gabe McCormick. And so I'm really excited about that work because I think it's very high leverage. And then lastly, just providing pacing guides to address essential skills or knowledge gaps while maintaining focus on grade level work. And one of the most important pieces is collecting educator feedback on these documents. So about a month ago, we released scope and sequences for teachers that one really highlighted how in K-5, our initial units focus on social emotional development, building routines, getting to know students, and that work is the foundation for then moving on to the academic piece. So we wanted to really show how our curriculum lends itself to that. So we have scope and sequences. One of the things we know is that we have a lot of curriculum and not enough time. And so we want to be really clear with educators around what has to be taught and what's optional to be taught. Our students should have access to the same learning no matter what school that you're in. And so we've released those scope and sequences. And now the next step is talking to our educators to see how they're actually working in practice. What changes do we need to make? And so that will be the next piece of where we go, and then we'll revise the scope and sequences accordingly. I feel like I just talked a mile a minute. I probably did. But that is, I think, really those are the buckets. That is some of the high leverage work that we're doing. And I'm happy to take any questions that anyone might have.
Mariah.
Thanks, Leslie. So I have a question on a specific thing you were talking about, which was specifically this idea of MCAS versus other assessments. And my question is sort of, how do I frame this? Do you find that do the insights that you have from the alternative assessments you use, whether they're formative or summative, but whatever they are, do they give similar, would one lead one to draw similar conclusions as that we see in the MCAS of extreme gaps in outcomes, or do they paint a different picture?
So I think when we're talking about, so I think it depends, right? If we're talking about formative assessments like the BAS, which is a standard K-8 literacy assessment, yes, we're seeing some of those same gaps. When we're looking at formative assessments, I can't say, right? Because I haven't seen all of them school by school or class to class. But I will say one of the things that I really like about Investigations 3 is that it's not a focus on what a child is not able to do, but a focus on a child's strengths. And that's a really different way of looking at things. And so I'm really interested to see what our educators think as they implement those new assessments. So, you know, I think it's hard to compare, and I haven't seen some of those school-based, classroom-based formative assessments. But I think it's fair to say that we do see these gaps across assessments.
Okay.
Yeah, and I can't say enough about how, you know, it tells us where our students are at, but what's most important is that we're using that information to change and continuously improve our instruction. If we're not using the assessments for that, they're not worth a lot. And so that's critically important, at least to me and to my colleagues in the Office of Teaching and Learning.
So I'm going to follow up then with what I think I said something before you joined, and I'll repeat it, which is it would be helpful to understand whether it's a 3-year or a 5-year vision, but what we are hoping to, whatever the measure is, whatever one of these you think is the measure, and then what our goal is, so that we understand if we're making progress towards the goal. So I don't think that was sort of my question earlier is, what are we doing to make progress? And I saw some of the things you're listing and they all sound great, but like what measurement and tangible progress towards those goals looks like, I would like to see that.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense, Mariah. And so while we haven't set those concrete goals, one of the things I just think is critical is that we're seeing continuous improvement. And so I know from what Erin shared, there are places where we're not seeing improvement. And, quite frankly, we can't rest with that. We need to make sure that all of our students, we're seeing continuous growth and improvement with their learning. But I hear what you're saying, Mariah, and we can really work to make some concrete benchmarks.
Thank you.
So I'm struggling with a couple of things. I'm thinking about tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 interventions, and I get a little nervous, when we look at some of these gaps, we don't want to rush into tier 3 for these students when we want to make sure our tier 1 and tier 2 resources and tools are strong in instruction. So that's just a thought, but I could see how it could happen. You could say, oh, they're not making it in tier 1, let's move them to tier 3. And that's probably not what we want to do. So I'm just throwing that out there. I know you're aware of it, but just to kind of raise it to an awareness level.
Sure.
And then the other thing I'm really disappointed in, and I shouldn't make too much of it, I know, but it was the growth, because in the growth, that compares students who were not like-minded, but were testing at about the same place, and then where they were the next year, or in this case, 2 years. So, students who are struggling are then measured against other students who are struggling, and what is their growth compared to that group. And I always look at growth. That seems to be the thing that kind of registers with me. And it was disappointing to see the growth was low in so many areas. And I'm not sure what to make of that, but it's something to think about.
Speaking to that, Erin, you probably know much better, but somewhere in my mind, I remember that our growth rates were much higher in the past. Now, I don't remember when in the past and at what point, but it would be interesting to see when they were and what we were doing at that time.
Yeah, for example, I have some of our 2019 data up just on my other screen. And if we're looking at, all students in grades 3 through 8, our growth was around 50. So in ELA, and then in math, same thing, right around 50. So I can show you those differences if that's something the committee would be interested in, but we definitely didn't see a lot of 30s and 40s, especially for our all student.
Yeah, that was my recollection when you go back further in time, and not just 2019, but further back than that. And I think there were some times when we even did better than that. I somehow remember a 60 at one time, and so it might be interesting to see what was going on in the system at that time, or what we were doing possibly, because we have had many initiatives over the years. At least I can think of 3 or 4 during my time, some with benchmarks, some without benchmarks. And sometimes we did better and sometimes not as well. The other piece to keep in mind, people, is that when you look at some of the statistics from Steps to Success with kids who graduate, so not during the time that, I mean, they have the same statistics, obviously, that we do in terms of MCAS and those things, but the success rates of these children from who have gone through the STEPS program is quite remarkable, actually, in terms of graduation rates, in terms of going on to secondary learning. So there's some sort of disconnect there that I brought up in a STEPS meeting one time, and I'm bringing up here again. The kids are doing well, but they're not doing well on the testing. What does that mean? So that would be my question. Doing well in real life, in terms of attaining the things that we would like them to.
Are they doing real well in real life?
A 95% graduation rate is really quite good.
Yeah, but are they graduating and going to the same places? Are they having the same outcome?
Are
they going to 4-year schools versus 2-year schools, Ivies versus not?
Yeah, they have those statistics. At least I was pretty impressed with them the last time I saw them, which was about 2 years ago, before the pandemic.
Yeah, we have to hold all the kids to the same expectations. So I have the same question Mariah has around, they're graduating, but what kind of schools are they going to post-graduation? They should be able to get into any Ivy League, any school, and we shouldn't settle for our kiddos. They should have the same outcomes.
I'm not trying to say that we should settle in any way, but I was pretty impressed with what they were able to do. And most of these are first generation, going on to college, most of these kids.
Susan, did you have your hand up or no? No.
Yes. So first of all, thank you, Leslie, for this. I think one thing that would be important is not in this particular meeting, but to sort of align on our framing, our thinking about MCAS. I think there are definitely narratives out there that say we spend too much time thinking about MCAS, we spend too much time on MCAS prep, and that it's just one measure and we have many, many measures, and that we need to look at multiple measures. I think sometimes, though, conversations like this one might kind of be a little bit misinterpreted as putting a lot of weight on MCAS as a test and sort of the school committee. I can imagine somebody sort of walking away from this thinking, wow, the school committee is really wanting MCAS scores to go up. And I think it's just important for us to be really thoughtful about how we talk about these scores and how we talk about multiple measures. And I think Mariah made this point earlier, just in terms of what the benchmark is. MCAS does teach a lot of things that MCAS or no MCAS, we want our kids to know. And so, but there are other things as well. There are, participation in AP exams. There's college matching, not under matching, which is what we were just talking about. There's questions about how do we, climate and culture questions that are, determinative of some of test scores and whatnot. There are pipeline of diversity of educators. I mean, there are all kinds of things that go into this. And so I guess I would just like us to, as we kind of go through a presentation like this, to be able to have a conversation, not only about wanting to see X or Y in terms of MCAS scores, but sort of more broadly, how it is that we want to think about this set of sort of interconnected issues a little bit more holistically, just so that we don't leave with the impression that we want growth scores to be X versus Y or, anything like that. So I think that would be really helpful. I think it was very helpful a number of years ago when we had beginning of year and end of year assessments that Brookline educators themselves wrote, that they were not standardized across the state or anything like that. It was something that Brookline educators wrote and said, this is what we want our kids to be able to know at the end of the year by grade. And people seem much more comfortable with that as an idea, because it wasn't MCAS and it was something that we developed here, but that it really meant that nobody was teaching to a test. It was really based on Leslie, the equivalent of all the work you're leading and everyone's working on about essential curriculum and whatnot. So I'm not sure what to say, except I want to make sure that we're having this as sort of a broader frame conversation and not just an MCAS conversation.
Thank you, Susan. I really do appreciate that. And I'm seeing a lot of heads nodding, so I think we're with you on that. Stephen, and then Val.
Thank you, Suzanne. I need to say that although I appreciate Susan and Helen, your institutional memory on this, and I am determined not to reinvent the wheel on the school committee when it comes to these issues, and I acknowledge that these are sticky, these are national, these are difficult issues. I do not appreciate having both of you tell us how to interpret this data. This is data about a massive, persistent, and widening gap in achievement by race. Mariah is absolutely right to raise an alarm, to freak out over these statistics. Just because we haven't solved it in the past doesn't mean we took good strategies to tackle it in the past. So I would instead suggest that both of you listen to the possible range of solutions that are suggested by people in the administration and the school committee now, rather than tell us how to interpret this data. Thank you.
Val?
I just had a clarifying question, which was whether we were going to be voting on the mask resolution regarding high stakes tests and our position on it later this evening.
Yeah, Helen, is that on that? Is that one? Okay, I guess we are. Mhm.
So we'll have a little bit of a broader discussion.
Yeah. Other, Mariah.
I want to agree with what Susan said about not fixating on MCAS. And again, like, this isn't about MCAS, this is about student success, right? And so yes, it is this one, but to whatever extent it's a window, no matter how narrow a window, one perspective, we need to be looking at that and then looking at all these other alternative measures as we just talked about. And I remember last summer, we had the discussion that you, Casey, led about the, I'm drawing a total blank on the name of it, but the findings from the state about
Proportionality.
Yes, what was it? Significant disproportionality. That's right. And so, we are seeing many angles of this. And I know later on today, we're also going to talk about Linus, your first draft of budget guidelines. But I guess when we get to that part of the conversation, I will feel compelled to say, like, where are we seriously investing and thinking about what are true priorities? And to me, this is something where this requires a significant commitment by the district to do something. And if it's something very different and very drastic and a reinvestment in certain areas, I'm incredibly in favor of how we can think about
recording in progress.
Oh, reallocation of those funds to really do something dramatic to address this.
Okay, I think we're going to revisit some of this certainly later this evening, and then it's ongoing. So, again, I'm glad that OSS and OTL are working together with EL department. I mean, it's all connected. And so I thank you for the presentation. Again, it's just one very small window into a problem or a challenge that we have had for a while. And so it deserves our full attention and additional conversation about this. So thank you very much.
Suzanne, I want to make one comment, I think, to Mariah's original question. So I'm thinking about this challenge in the context, I think, that it was shared, but I'm also thinking about it a little bit more broadly. So I'm thinking about the inputs from our earliest, from our BEAT children, our kindergarten, our first and our second grade, because when Aaron and I sat down to review this once they were made public, the question that I asked is, well, what have we done differently? And so if we've not done anything differently in the system, why are we expecting different outcomes? So I'm just thinking about it that way. So I think looking at it holistically, and I'm actually made a note to myself because it's one of the modeling examples I think we should do. So I hear the conversation about not taking MCAS in isolation, but yet we bring this type of presentation to you in isolation. So that's a learning that I'm taking back, and we'll take and look at that at the senior team so that we're not looking at these things sort of as one-off. I think that's sort of a tradition that we take the MCAS information, but I think Dr. Dubois has done a great job of looking at multiple points of data and sort of looking at that impact. So I forgot who actually asked the question. I'm sort of looking at multiple measures at one time. So I think it was Mariah that you asked about the predictability of the localized assessments or and how they align with MCAS. So, so that's sort of the broader stroke. So I don't have a desired number to think about it in that term, except that we need to make sure that all of our students are excelling, are performing at their highest possible levels. So I'm thinking about this category of students that we have concerns about, but I'm also thinking about how do we stretch our higher achieving students as well. So, and so if we look at those as bookends or goalposts, how do we make sure that everyone is accounted for in the system?
I mean, Leslie's measure that she just mentioned about the investigations about every student is, what was it, Leslie? You said the measure was different, like every student is succeeding in some dimension, right? And so, and I'm getting those words wrong, but to your point, Linus, how do we focus on student success in a more holistic fashion? And they may not be a success in every dimension, but they are thriving in their ways. But how do we, I guess you're right, how do we measure this appropriately? And it's maybe not MCAS, but it would be great to have, if we have a better way of this local assessment, to use that and to have that be something, even if it's a multi-dimensional assessment, to have access to that so we can look at those kids holistically.
Susan?
Yeah, I agree with that, Mariah. I think the other thing is that, coming out of the pandemic, it may be worth kind of reviewing, and I think, Leslie, you started to allude to this in some of your footnotes, just what are some of the best practices in terms of, or the effective practices in terms of addressing this issue. And because I think that there's just probably some good education for people on the school committee so that we can learn more about the range of things, the range of investments that we can and should be thinking about so that we can sort of speak knowledgeably about it as well and sort of support you all, as Mariah said, sort of in the budget process. Linus, sort of just as you were kind of going down that road. So maybe there's just some learning that we all can do.
Stephen?
Yeah, I would just say that under the previous director of education equity, Dr. Khalees Warnham, the PAC that I was on that she chaired took a look into not just good practices, but good practices in neighboring and peer districts. So that information has been collected, has been shared with parents who are already interested in the topic, and is circulating.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know. Okay, thank you, everyone. It's important discussion. We're going to move now to our public hearing and the warrant articles. David, are you going to take us through this?
Sure, just a moment, let me pull that up.
I don't believe we have anyone signed up to speak for public hearing, but we do have presenters who are here.
Yes, so we are going to have a public hearing on several warrant articles today, Articles 11, 12, 13, 18, and 25. Article 11 would bring about legislation to exempt the town from in-person quorums for public meetings. Article 12 is a resolution on audio-visual accessibility for all public meetings. Article 13 would require public meeting documented roll call votes. Article 18 is a resolution on the use of low-carbon concrete products and recycling of old concrete wherever possible. And Article 25 is to amend Article 6 of the town's zoning bylaws to increase the requirements for electric vehicle ready parking spaces. And I believe that we have the petitioners for each of these warrant articles who will come on and present. So I think going first, if we have a co-petitioner for Article 11 present, I believe we do. Ms. Bastian, thank you for joining us. You want to go
Hi.
ahead and introduce yourself and the warrant article.
And I think
Thank
Mike
you.
Toffel is also on
Yes.
board. Yeah.
Thank you. Bonnie Bastian, town meeting member in precinct 5. Thank you so much for having us tonight. Mike Toffel and I have drafted warrant article 11 and 12 with a group of other co-petitioners. We've drafted them as a pair. This resolution and home rule petition seek to lead Brookline to provide audiovisual accessibility for all public body meetings subject to open meeting law, and to extend the option for fully remote participation in such meetings, which would otherwise not be possible once Massachusetts emergency OML provisions expire on April 1st. Warrant Article 11 is a home rule petition seeking the state legislature to exempt Brookline from the Massachusetts OML clause, stipulating that public body meeting quorum requirements must be met by the chair and other members attending in person. The home rule petition would make it legally permissible, but not required, for meetings of public bodies to be conducted fully remotely, as has occurred during the COVID emergency. And warrant Article 12 is a resolution that asks the town to acquire and install audiovisual equipment in municipal conference and hearing rooms, and conduct relevant training and enable AV remote participation for all meetings subject to OML by November 2022. This timeframe for the resolution was decided upon in conversation with the town staff around what's realistic for them. If both the resolution and the home rule petition are passed and enacted, Brookline public bodies would have discretion to decide which of its meetings would be hybrid and which would be fully remote, but limiting meetings to only in-person attendance would not be allowed. Our rationale for these articles is that the state's emergency OML provisions have created never before seen access for residents to participate in town government, both as meeting attendees and as members of a public body. These articles seek to make this essential access to a seat at the table permanent. Those who especially benefit include residents whose work requires inflexible hours, who work multiple jobs, who are parents or caregivers, who lack alternative care options, those who cannot drive or lack transit access, people with health challenges, and people living with disabilities. We must not return to an inequitable past as we move forward after the pandemic. Remote work and virtual meeting at this scale have been an accessibility accommodation that the disability community and organizations like the Boston Center for Independent Living have long been calling for. Examples of other accessibility accommodations include sidewalk curb cuts, elevators, and video closed captioning. The pre-COVID OML explicitly carves out an exception for local commissions on disability, recognizing the importance of remote participation for certain subsets of the community. Our collective experience over the past 18 months or so shows that we have the technology needed to suspend the in-person quorum requirements for all public bodies, not just local commissions on disability, and still run meetings efficiently and successfully. We expect that public bodies would use their discretion of whether to meet in a hybrid or fully remote manner by making decisions on a case-by-case basis based on the needs of their members and attendees and the meeting's agenda items. Ensuring all residents are fully able to access and participate in the public sphere, just like municipal requirements to provide curb cuts, elevators, and closed captioning requires investment. Ensuring remote access to public meetings is no different. Fully remote meetings are fairly straightforward. Extending the option of holding remote-only meetings requires the purchase of an adequate number of additional Zoom accounts to support that option. In contrast, enabling hybrid meetings requires investment in cameras, monitors, laptops, and projectors. Those public bodies that currently benefit from staff support could have those existing staff members activate and deactivate the technology, incurring virtually no additional staff costs beyond a few hours of initial technical training. For those bodies that do not have staff support, town staff or others would need to create video training sessions for a member or a volunteer to activate and deactivate the technology. In addition, 2 part-time IT staff would be needed to provide on-call technical support if problems arise in person. And so we have some cost estimates gathered from town staff. The equipment install and staff time for training is estimated at $160,000. And the 2 part-time staff positions that would be needed for after hours on-call IT assistants are approximately $70,000. And these are the high end of the estimate. Variables that could lower these costs have to do with which equipment is chosen to purchase and how much staff support is needed for the different departments. Thank you.
Could I just ask a clarifying question, David? This would apply to school committee meetings as well, I take it, or no?
Yes.
Would it apply to our subcommittee meetings? Anything with open meeting law?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. David, did your policy committee make a recommendation?
We did, yes. We voted 4-0 for full referral to the committee, not necessarily for whether we were going to endorse or not endorse.
Okay.
However, speaking for myself, I would recommend that we endorse both of these warrant articles. I certainly agree with how public access has increased as a result of having the remote option. So I think if we would be exempted from in-person quorums, that would significantly help both members of the public as well as committee members who have other responsibilities that sometimes might tie them at home. And similarly, I think that in the name of broader access, we would certainly want to increase audio-visual accessibility for those who would benefit from it.
Would you like to make a motion? And then we'll...
Yes, I would like to move that we endorse with a statement Articles 11 and 12.
Do I have a second? Val, second? Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns? Mariah?
I'm super enthused to support this. Whatever we can do to, increase access. I am, whatever we can do to increase access. And I think it's really great. And, to whatever extent Brookline is at the forefront of this, given that we're a municipality requesting this, I hope that it'll help change, either more municipalities will, or it'll force change at the state level. In addition, I think there's legislation already going through, right? So in addition to that, I think it's great.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we'll take a vote. David?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Susan? I can't hear you, Susan.
Thumbs up or down?
Up, down, or sideways? I'll come back. I'm not sure. Helen?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. And Susan?
Yes, I said yes, and thank you, Bonnie and Mike. I don't know why my earpiece wasn't working. But
Okay,
thank
we
you.
can hear you now.
May I make one comment?
Sure, Helen.
So you guys should know that in speaking with the executive director of the Mass Association of School Committees, they are also working on this extension for the open meeting law to be able to have remote meetings. So we're not alone in this.
11, 12. Mike, are you on for 13 as well?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to make another comment, and as you can see, I'm cooking dinner, so thank goodness for remote participation. Also, there is an AC motion, an AC version of this that is much more watered down. That will be coming through. I don't know if that impacts this vote or not. I should have mentioned that beforehand. But it basically takes our year for Article 12, or in Article 12, not 11. That takes the timeline of 1 year that we would have these purchases made and installed and trainings going on. And instead of having that, they would have just a plan by a year from now. So that's the competing article at the moment.
Okay, thank you, Bonnie. David, you want Mike to go next for 13?
Yes, why don't you go ahead, Mike, and introduce yourself again in Article 13.
Great, thanks, David. Mike Toffel, town meeting member, precinct 8. Can I just have clarity on the last vote? Was that in support of both 11 and 12 at the same time?
Yes, that's correct.
Wow, you guys are uber efficient in your voting. We should have squeezed 13 in there too. All right, so I am the sole petitioner of Article 13. It is what I hope to be the simplest article you will discuss tonight and perhaps in the year. All it does is it seeks to require documentation of who voted for what in public votes of public bodies, with the exception of votes on minutes and other administrative matters, perhaps when we're going to have our next meeting or where we should meet and things of that nature. So it's something that the school committee does routinely, at least in your main meetings. I'm not sure if you do it in your subcommittee meetings as well, but there are lots of public bodies that simply report the vote tally. And this would say that would not be sufficient, that they have to provide the tally as well as who voted in favor, against, or abstained. And it's 3 times in the bylaws because the proposal is to add this language, the exact same language, except for who it's oriented to, just because of the structure of our bylaws. And that's it. I'll be here for questions if you have any.
Looking for a motion to approve it.
Support Article 13.
Okay, is there a second? Thank you, Stephen. Questions, comments before the vote? Okay, we'll go ahead and do it. Susan? Who can hear her?
Is that better?
Now I can hear you.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Helen?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Thank you very much, Mike. We appreciate all your work.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
Have a good night. David, you want to move to Article 18?
Yes, so next up, we have Article 18, the resolution on use of low carbon concrete products and recycling of old concrete. Do we have the petitioner available to speak on it?
Yes.
We do.
Hi, Ira, if you can introduce yourself for everyone and then explain your warrant article.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Ira Krepchen. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 15. And let me just hang up this phone. Call from. Sorry about that. That didn't work. Okay, so Article 18 is a resolution that calls on the town to use low carbon concrete for all town projects wherever it's feasible, and to encourage the use of low carbon concrete by private developers as well. And the reason I'm choosing concrete, I'll try to explain first by reviewing a little bit of the lingo that's involved. The town has a stated goal of reducing our carbon footprint. Carbon footprint is basically made up of 2 components, operational and embodied carbon. Operational carbon is something we're all familiar with. The lights we turn on, the motors we run, our HVAC systems and so on. And Brookline has done a terrific job in that area as well, including a lot of the school projects and ground source heat pumps and that sort of thing. The other area, embodied carbon, is not often thought about, but is growing in importance, especially as the operational carbon gets better. And what embodied carbon refers to is all the energy and greenhouse gases that go into the production of the materials that a building or a road or an appliance is made up of. And concrete in particular is by far the largest source of embodied carbon in the world. It accounts for an estimated 7 to 10% of all the greenhouse gases emitted in the world. And roughly 5 to 10 billion tons of concrete are produced every year. Each ton of carbon that is produced also produces a ton of CO2. So you can see it has the potential to be a huge problem. And as I said, it's a continuing contributor to greenhouse gases. And what this proposal calls for is cutting that carbon content by at least 10%. And there are two ways to do it, or two broad categories rather, not two ways, two categories. One is using existing products, existing technology, and for very little to no cost increment, you can cut carbon content by 10 to 30% or more. And then there are new technologies under development that are not quite there yet, that promise to cut the carbon content by even more. And in addition to the goal or the aim of reducing Brookline's carbon footprint, my hope is also that by setting an example, we can influence the market in general to take this step. So, and along those lines, I feel like just introducing the resolution has already had some effect. The DPW, when they heard about it, launched into an investigation to see how it would impact them, and they've identified a concrete supplier, and they're planning to do a pilot project this winter and spring. So it's already starting to have the desired impact. I also got a call from somebody who saw an earlier presentation I did at the select board, and she's a structural engineer with a local company, and is also excited to have this kind of effort going on to increase participation in low carbon concrete applications. Oh, and one other thing I should mention, there are a couple of examples of buildings in and around our area that are using this right now. One is the new high school in Arlington, which is, I believe they have the same contract as we do in Brookline for their high school, Skanska. And the other is Boston University Data Center new building that you can see from Starr Drive. So it's not like rocket science, it's more like rock science. And I guess I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have a motion? And then we can do questions. Stephen?
Sorry, did you say questions first or motion first?
Well, I said motion first.
I'll motion it.
Sure. So we have a second. Thank you, David. Okay, questions, comments, concerns. Stephen.
This is just for my own edification. Maybe everybody knows this. Thanks for bringing this to us, Ira. Can you tell me the difference between, or can you tell me why you're advocating for low carbon versus carbon neutral or even carbon negative? Is that the standard that, is that the next level that, I mean, I know New York State passed the a low carbon bill that hasn't reached the governor's desk yet.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm wondering why this standard and not even a more extreme standard.
Well, the more extreme standard is not yet technically feasible.
That's a pretty good reason.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Because this is low carbon concrete. It's not saying.
Yeah, but there's
net zero.
Well, there is the potential to actually make concrete carbon neutral, but that, and certainly nothing that we're doing here would prevent us from doing that if the technology becomes available. But right now, it's not there.
Thanks.
The industry has actually set a goal, the concrete industry, by 2050 to be carbon neutral or better.
Ira, when would this take effect? Would this would impact Driscoll, no, or Pierce buildings, or?
It would affect any building that engineers deem feasible to apply this to. So it's kind of loosely worded because feasible is in some ways in the eyes of the beholder, but it puts it into the hands of architects and engineers who professional credentials are at stake and gives them the impetus to really look at this carefully. Like the technology for doing this has been available for decades, actually, but nobody ever asked for it because they're not aware of it. So, sorry, I forgot where I was going with that.
To answer your question, Suzanne, we are looking at low carbon concrete at the Pierce School,
Okay.
beginning now in the design stages.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Helen.
I don't know
Ma'am?
what happened at Driscoll or at the high school.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's definitely too late for the high school, but David?
Well, it's too late for Driscoll at this point. But
Probably, yeah.
This is probably a common question you get, especially from the advisory committee, but I'm wondering if you could talk about the financial cost implications of low carbon as opposed to other types of building materials.
Sure. The low carbon that the DPW has identified for their pilot project is, I think it was something like $6 extra on a price of $146 for, I'm not sure what unit that was, a ton or a cubic foot or whatever, but it's single digit percents, like 1 or 2% at the most. And I found a pilot project that was carried out in Portland, Oregon, where they redid all their sidewalks. Well, not all their sidewalks, it was a pilot project, sorry. But they had identical performance to the conventional concrete at no cost increment.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions before we vote? Okay, we'll take the vote. Susan.
I'm sorry, Susan. One more
yes.
thing. It's in the language of this proposition. What does feasible mean? Does that mean within the reasonable estimation of the town's governance, or does it mean something more binding?
No, it's a resolution, so it's not binding, but I think the understanding is that if it's feasible in terms of technically feasible, it does not carry a big cost premium, and is not going to compromise any performance, then do it.
Thanks.
Okay, Susan? We may have lost her. I'll come back. Helen?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Susan?
Yes.
Thank you. And I'll vote yes as well. Thank you, Iris.
Thank you. Thank you all.
And David, we're up to our last one, Article 25.
Yes, next up is Article 25 to amend Article 6 of the town zoning bylaws to increase the requirements for electric vehicle ready parking spaces. If we can have one of the petitioners for Article 25 come on and introduce themselves as well as the article.
Yes. Thank you, David, and everyone. My name is Jesse Gray, and I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 10, representing the petitioners for warrant Article 25. And if you'd like me to present a couple of slides, I could.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. let me know if you can see my slides.
Yes, I've got them. I can see them.
Okay, great. So transportation is our largest category of emissions. Buildings are another big one, but transportation's the biggest. And there's a growing sense in Massachusetts that it'll actually be soon illegal to buy a gasoline car, which is great news, although it should come sooner than 2035. But even with the 2035 date, most of our buildings will not be ready to charge electric vehicles. And that's a particular challenge here in Brookline with all of the old parking lots and multi-unit buildings where you would have to trench under asphalt in order to install EV charging to many of the spots. But actually, it's even more disappointing that even our brand newest buildings actually would have to be retrofitted because most of them are still not being built with EV chargers installed. And that's especially unfortunate because it's much easier to install these things when you're doing a big project. So the governor has an order that 100% of light vehicles, duty vehicles will be electric. And we also need to be expanding the infrastructure. So we actually passed a couple of years ago a requirement that there be 15% EV ready, but only in parking lots of 15 or more spaces. And you can see that that's not adequate to the task before us. And so this warrant article would actually, as drafted, require all residential parking spaces that are applicable under this proposal to actually have EV chargers installed during projects where it is convenient to install them. And for larger lots that are non-residential, it would require more than the current requirement. So if there's 7 instead of the current 15 spaces in a parking lot, 7 or more, then you would have to have at least 1. So it's a more relaxed requirement because a lot of people just stopping into CVS for a few minutes realistically aren't going to charge anyway. But some employees might be able to buy an electric vehicle because they can charge at work. So this is a relatively small cost, especially during larger projects, which would typically accompany addition of new parking. And it's a lot cheaper than retrofitting these EV chargers. And actually, a couple of projects at least have put in 100% EV ready. So it's something that some developers are actually already doing. There's some cost estimates of showing exactly how much savings you can get by putting these in during new construction versus during a specific retrofit where you may not be doing any other work, and it's a big savings. There's also some savings if you do it during a big project that's not brand new construction. This is kind of a breakdown. A lot of the cost is not the actual charger itself, but installing the circuit, sometimes trenching under asphalt, and it's cheaper if you do it from the beginning. And we are working really hard to address some concerns that have come up, and the building code is, as is often the case, a major obstacle here. So we are in the process of taking this out of the language of the building code and away from referencing the building code, because the building code actually requires a very large, it has a very substantial definition of EV ready, which is a 50 amp circuit, which is great. But if you have 50 amp circuits for every parking spot, you may end up triggering expensive upgrades that would be required to support that, including electrical panel upgrades, electrical service upgrades, and even transformer upgrades that can be billed to a customer, even if they're on utility property. So right now we're redrafting this warrant article with a much more modest requirement that would still charge a car at 7 miles per hour of charging. So you'd still get enough charge in a typical night, but it's more flexible, enables sharing of chargers between multiple spaces, and addresses other concerns that have come up. One of the challenging things is, what is your exact trigger? What type of project should trigger this requirement? And we really don't want this to be a burden to people. So we want it to be triggered by someone who's doing a substantial amount of work that involves the parking area. And we are working in some generous exemptions, because some of this is hard to foresee until you look at a specific case. So we will reserve the possibility for judgment of staff or the ZBA to waive this requirement in specific instances. And since Waldo Durgan already has an MOU with the town, we're also planning to exempt them. So our goal is to make it so that it's easier when people, when someone's car dies or they decide to buy an electric car spur of the moment, which people often do when purchasing vehicles, that decision will be supported to the maximum extent by the infrastructure that's already there. This won't solve the whole problem, because you will have lots of properties that still need EV chargers and don't have construction projects underway that would trigger this. But it's a start. It's moving in the right direction, and would save people a lot of trouble and money down the road when the inevitable transition to electric vehicles accelerates. So thanks for listening.
Can I say something, Suzanne?
Sure, Helen, go ahead. Yep.
So I'm not sure if all members know that all of our school buildings since the Ridley, including the Ridley, have at least 2 electric chargers at them, usually quite close to the entrance to the building. So it's a real incentive for people to get electric cars, and we plan on having it at Pierce. I actually, Susan, I think we also did it at the high school. I'm almost positive, because we've had that as a one of our prerequisites for new school buildings.
Fantastic.
We're ahead of you.
Do we have a motion?
I'll move it.
Okay. Stephen, you want to second it? Thanks. Other questions and comments? Okay, this was impact certainly coming up Pierce and Driscoll. Are we doing parking spaces with Driscoll? What did we decide?
Yeah, there are 2 electric charger parking spaces at Driscoll. What I can't remember is if we did it at the high school, but I can't imagine that we didn't. So
do we add parking spaces at the high school?
There are existing parking spaces that, around the high school. I don't know.
Okay.
The high school is one I don't remember whether they did or not.
Okay, let's vote.
Can I ask one question? What's the carve out for Waldo Durgan?
It's just that Waldo Durgan has a memorandum of understanding with the town, and that was, heavily negotiated. What the requirements would be for the approval that town meeting gave for that project, and so, the people who are, responsible for the town finances, more so than the actual developer of that project or the developer's lawyers. It's more so the people responsible for the finances of the town feel that it would be most responsible to exempt them from this kind of a retroactive requirement for a project that was already approved with much ado.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll take a vote. David?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes, and thank you, Jesse.
Susan? Helen?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
Susan, are you there? Okay, and I vote yes as well. Thank you, Jesse, appreciate it.
Thanks for hearing this, and thanks for all your great work, and you work hard. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, we do. Thank you. David, are you going to do are we doing just a simple statement of support for each of these? Do you want help in
It's
doing it?
basically a statement of support like we've done in the last couple years. So it'll
Okay.
be a few sentences on each.
Are you okay with that? You need help?
If other members would like to volunteer to take some of these, I'm open to that. If not, I'll do them.
Andy, are you volunteering?
I am not volunteering. I just would like to make a request of David, which is that in cases where the school committee is already fulfilling the requirements that would be imposed by some warrant article, that we mentioned this. So, for example, the charging stations that we're putting in, or the fact that we do take roll call votes and record them, that kind of thing.
Will do.
Do you want to recruit somebody, David, to help?
I could do that offline if somebody, so Mariah has already generously volunteered for Article 15. So that's
okay.
One fewer that I have to do, but if anyone else wants to take any, let me know.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Thank you, Mariah.
I didn't volunteer for 15. David's right. I kind of did, but I didn't really, but yes.
That enthusiastic.
I will definitely do it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We are, well, we're 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Robin, are speakers there for public?
Almost all of them are there, so at least the first group.
I'm sorry, the first group is here?
Mm-hmm.
So yes. I think we'll just go ahead then, if that's okay. So we're moving into the public hearing on ESSER 3, fund use. And our first speakers are Connie Clausen and Faith Dantwitz. Are you there? I see your names. Hi, Connie.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Connie Clausen, and I am the co-chair of the Brookline CPAC.
Connie, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Okay.
Do you mind getting a little bit closer?
I can do that.
Thanks.
Hi. Is that better?
A little bit, but not really.
Okay. I'm not sure what else to try.
Can you use your recess voice, your outside voice?
Yeah.
I can definitely. I have that recess voice. Don't worry. All right. Is Faith here?
She is. It says she is. Yeah.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Faith.
Yes, you can hear. Okay. All right. I'll start again. Good evening. My name is Connie Clausen, and I am the co-chair of the Brookline CPAC.
My name is Faith Dantwitz, and I'm the former co-chair and current CPAC secretary. Because we are both speaking on the same topic, we've asked to blend our comments, but hope we will still be allowed to speak for 2 minutes each.
We are speaking tonight to advocate for using a portion of the ESSER funds to reestablish the inclusion facilitator positions at BHS and the elementary schools. Research clearly indicates that meaningful inclusion benefits everyone. All available data indicates children on IEPs and 504s were profoundly socially impacted by COVID-19 shutdown and the isolation that ensued. Multiple data sets also demonstrate the academic impact of remote learning on students with disabilities. Supporting diverse classrooms that encompass all learning styles improves outcomes for all students. We know being educated alongside typical peers serves to close the achievement gap for students with disabilities. This gap in Brookline is formidable and has been static in year-over-year data. It's gotten worse since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. What many may not know or realize is that typically developing children educated alongside neurodiverse peers benefit as well. Children from other risk groups show the same gains in learning from inclusive classrooms as those with disabilities. All children in inclusive classrooms have been found to have increased acceptance, tolerance, respect for others, and compassion for individual differences. Students demonstrate an increased sense of personal development and improved self-esteem. Typical students educated in inclusive settings are shown to be more empathetic both in and out of a classroom.
The inclusion facilitator positions were established in 2014. The public schools of Brookline started with 4 facilitators and gradually added them to each of the K-8 buildings over time. By 2021, however, all the facilitator positions have been eliminated.
It should come as no surprise that there has been a significant increase in out-of-district placements in the last couple of years as inclusion facilitators were reabsorbed or reassigned. Meaningful inclusion is complex. It's not sitting next to someone with different or more complex needs in class. True inclusion ensures all learners are seamlessly integrated and supported in all aspects of the life of their school. This life includes the arts, sciences, drama, sports, advisory, and clubs. As students get older and social interactions become more complex, true inclusion becomes an art where professional expertise is required. Inclusion facilitators serve to ensure success for students, educators, and the greater Brookline community. A professional inclusion facilitator may help provide professional development, create task breakdowns for various subjects, help create equitable access to the curriculum, ensure the school work is effective, and validate that students are learning like curriculum. Students with disabilities and their typical peers must feel included, safe, and accepted while ensuring all work is accessible to all students. Inclusion facilitation involves a professional bridge between educator, special educator, and most importantly, our students, with and without disabilities, and their education. This helps create acceptance and fosters meaningful peer relationships. Their facilitation helps educators and students. The inclusion facilitators' work improves compassion, acceptance, and understanding. When done right, inclusion facilitation creates a sense of equity and connection for all students.
After more than a year of substantial losses, reestablishing a sense of connection and belonging for all children will be critical to their success. Adding inclusion facilitators back to our schools will foster a culture where everyone is seen as their whole self, is included in the life of their community, and feels valued for the person they are. These professionals will ensure we have culturally and socially sensitive schools that send a clear message to all our students. Everyone belongs here. Thank you for taking our comment.
Thank you, Connie. Thank you, Faith.
Thank you.
Next are Lauren and Nicole. I believe they're speaking together.
Okay, am I on? This is
that you,
Lauren.
Faith? That's not Faith, right?
This is Lauren.
Hi, Lauren. Yes, you are. Just a yellow box didn't come up around your name.
Okay, I don't.
Hey, Lauren,
see
I'm here
myself.
too.
Hi,
I don't
Nicole.
see a way to be on camera, should I?
You can be if you want.
Yeah, I just don't see.
I don't think they can when they speak.
Okay.
Yeah,
We just had Connie and Connie was on camera.
I take it back. You're right. They did.
I don't see the option for video.
Okay. Well, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Okay. In any case, hi, good evening. I'm Lauren O'Keen. Sorry, just trying to get oriented. Nicole and I would like to see funding provided for K-8 outdoor learning specialists. We see great value, promise, and need in this realm. We co-lead a grant funded by the Brookline Education Foundation, which is called Take the Learning Outside. The grant has been funded for 2 consecutive years and involves 25 educators at all 8 of our K-8 schools. The grant has enabled us to build garden leadership teams and to involve more teachers and students in outdoor learning. There are 3 decades of research showing that children who participate in school garden programs fare better academically, especially in science, and followed by math and language arts. Studies also show increased engagement in learning and greater science identity, and they point toward improved science equity among learners of different backgrounds. Teaching and learning during the COVID pandemic makes the need for these outdoor experiences abundantly more apparent. Our experience as teachers supports these findings. I remember a 4th grader who faced many challenges and was often withdrawn in my classroom. In the garden, this child shone and one time spontaneously volunteered to teach another class about the garden. We see children who learn in unconventional ways, yet who thrive in the outdoor project-based learning environment. We see a more level playing field among children from different socioeconomic backgrounds, In the garden, we notice strong social connections and emotional learning, and this translates to academic success. Our K-8 curricula are full of natural connections to schoolyard gardens, from the obvious like botany, insect studies, and soil science, to things like multiplication arrays, the engineering of garden structures, Spanish language scavenger hunts, and OT skills practice through stringing garden planting grids.
Our biggest challenges are expanding the use of the gardens with only the grant time allocated for the coordination of this work, along surmounting inequity across grades and schools. Right now, only a small minority of teachers feel prepared to use outdoor academic opportunities, which yields huge inconsistencies among our students' learning experiences. We have strong staffing for math and literacy, but currently we have no science support beyond the curriculum coordinator. We have no science coaches, and we no longer have teacher training in science during this time of the rapidly deepening climate crisis and the simultaneous challenges to the truths of science in the public realm. We would love to see outdoor learning specialists at each school. Our students all deserve authentic, engaging, hands-on learning experiences. Our teachers need support in understanding and using the wealth of curriculum connections to the outdoor learning spaces and to the project-based learning that these spaces support. There are examples of successful programs with our garden educators all over the country and are as close as Vermont and right across the Charles River. We would be happy to provide more information and data and discuss these ideas with you further. And we want to thank you so much for the opportunity to speak and for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you for all the work you do with our students every day. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Elizabeth Maiska is up next.
Unmute. Hi.
Hi,
Thank
go
you for
ahead.
letting
Go
me
ahead.
Hi. Hi, good evening, everybody. So I'm Elizabeth Mishka, and I'm a parent and a resident, and I used to be a staff member. And I wanted to speak about understanding our differences and similarities. It's a curriculum for the general population, which allows everybody in the 4th grade to learn about disabilities and learn about how we all work together as allies, how we can turn challenges into, oh, no, sorry, I didn't write something. So this is, okay. Anyway, it's a curriculum that we borrowed from Newton, and we've been doing it here for 31 years. Like I said, it's for everybody in the 4th grade, and we always hope that we would expand it. Every school, every elementary school, 8 of them get 4 workshops at a minimum about different disabilities. And the workshop program, each of them is 2 hours long. It's an introduction to the disability, say low vision and blindness, for example. The kids break out into small groups to do activities, learn about different tools, how to use a walker, guide dog, braille machine. And then we come back in and the kids get to meet guest speaker. And that's very powerful. That half hour or so is really moving. We've been able to give guest speakers jobs that they're very proud of. And we have parents who come in and help volunteer and teach their kids who have had this themselves years ago. They grew up with it when they were kids. So we're at least on our 2nd generation here. And so the issue was that in the spring of 2019, for budget reasons, it was cut. And I would like to propose that it come back. It, brings in teaching kids how to be allies, how to help someone cross the street, how to be there, how to, think about differences, think about similarities. I mean, for the 10-year-olds in 4th grade we presented to, the most probably important thing is they're like, you have this, and we tried using a braille machine, but what's your favorite food? And then the answer from the guest speaker is pizza. And the roar in the room is tremendous because everybody in 4th grade loves pizza, basically. So I just want to put it out there. It's a low budget, 32 workshops in 8 schools is about $32,000 a year. What else can I tell you about it? Yeah, it should come back. It was not something dying. We did curriculum review extensively for 18 months with parents, doctors, psychologists, the teaching and learning staff. We went through all 7 kinds of programs on it, studied it thoroughly, and revamped it and brought it back live. When we left in the spring of 2019, we were working on an autism workshop. And, you know, we were very proud to present it to the teachers at a certain school, and it got good flags. And this is something that needs to keep breathing and be alive. You know, kids in the playground are like, I know you, you're that lady. Like, when are you coming back? And who do we get to meet next? And they're helpful and they love this. Okay, anyway, it was finished by July of 2019. And I ask of you to really review this and considering let the kids have it and the teachers have it back. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Jennifer Hennigan is up next.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
We can, Jennifer, go right ahead.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on the ESSER funding. I'm Jen Hannigan and have been teaching at Brookline High School for 20 years. As described earlier, the funding in question is to be used, quote, in a manner that will contribute to the academic growth of our students. I am making a plea to this committee to use these funds to jumpstart a much needed commitment to a clear policy that specifically establishes a maximum safe classroom temperature, uniformly applied to all schools across the district. For many students and teachers, the months of September and June are unbearable because of the high temperatures in their classrooms due to lack of proper ventilation. Let's be clear, given the length and increasing intensity of the all too common hot spells, this hot time can be up to 20% of the school year. That is 20% of the time where kids are not able to learn effectively and teachers are not able to teach effectively. The discussions about perceived learning loss has focused on just this past year and a half. I would argue that depending on what building and room a student has had during this time in Brookline schools, they have had many months that could add up to years of impeded learning because of the problem of hot temperatures in classrooms has been ignored for far too long. This basic health and safety issue has become a kick the can situation for well over a decade, and we all know that climate change has amplified the problem during that time and will only continue to make it worse. I am asking this body to use these funds to start a town-wide commitment to fully fund the necessary updates to make our school buildings conducive to learning rather than obstacles to learning. Brookline is supposed to focus on equity. There are vast inequalities created when some rooms in the system can reach a real feel of 90 degrees or higher, while others are comfortably climate controlled. Did this body meet in space that was not air conditioned while Town Hall was renovated? Certainly not. OLS was fitted with modern HVAC facilities to ensure the comfort of town staff temporarily housed there. Brookline is supposed to take the lead on important issues in education. This is a basic one that is consistently ignored, and students are the ones suffering year after year in their daily workspace. Parents, please ask your children about this topic. I'm sure they will have plenty to say. Thank you for your attention in this.
Thank you, Jen, and thank you for the service you provide our students every day. We appreciate it. Donna Perry, you are up next.
Hi, Suzanne. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Donna. Haven't seen you in a while.
I know. First of all, I do not envy any of you because there are a lot of really competing, really important competing interests. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I did cut a lot out of my talking points so I could stay to the 2 minutes. So I'll cut straight into the meat of my public comment. I'm advocating for additional funding to relieve the unsustainable caseloads carried by our child study team educators and our education team facilitators. I would urge you to invest some of that $400,000 or so in rejuvenating the child study team process. Many of you know the CST. It's a data-driven, highly collaborative process that has historically included a handful of teachers and specialists and guidance counselors consulting together on a very focused area of intervention developed specifically to support a child's individualized learning profile. The CST has been incredibly underinvested over the past 5 to 8 years or so, and that's drastically impacted educator and facilitator participation. Finding time to consult can be incredibly challenging. Stipends are ridiculously low for those who participate and facilitate the process, and the paperwork is really overwhelming. The lead time for a consult by the CST in one of our schools was more than 6 months, and that was 2 years ago, the last time I checked in with some of the educators on this topic. Another area of underinvestment that's often overlooked, I think, is that of the education team facilitators, or ETFs. Even before the pandemic, these amazing people were straddling caseloads that were simply not tenable, despite the massive implications of their responsibilities and the complexities of their duties. We desperately need to improve working conditions for our ETFs by adding more full-time educator hours and providing ample opportunities for professional development and increased time for cross-collaboration across schools and grades. I do believe that investing in both CST Child Study Team and ETFs aligns with our mandate that students remain at the forefront of the decision-making process. And I thank you for your time. I look forward to hearing from other stakeholders and from our school committee and administration in the coming weeks. Thank you all.
Thank you, Donna. Robin, is Julie here or no?
I don't see her.
Okay, thank you. So that concludes our public hearing on the ESSER funds, and we are moving along. So I think Sam and Mariah, you are up next with a presentation on first quarter financial report.
Yeah, thank you. I think Mariah, as chair of the subcommittee, is going to take the lead.
Good night, everyone. Good evening. Thanks, Sam. So because we reviewed the full report in detail at finance yesterday, and we have 10 minutes today, we thought not to go through the entire report, but basically to provide some brief highlights of the meeting that we had yesterday, and sort of the summary of the discussion. And then, of course, Sam can answer any questions that come up, or we can have any greater discussion. You have the report in the packet, and so we can refer to that. But in short, the conversation basically, we went through the report and looked at the spending against the projected total so far. We looked at the total is, I believe, about just about 1/6 of the total has been sent so far, 16.6% or so, and really looking at the differentiation across the different categories. Sam pointed out a few of that he expected that the budget would really come in very close to what expected, neither overspent nor underspent, if we were to go towards the end of the year forecast, and that. But that, of course, that depended on several sort of big assumptions that we are early in the year, and we will see how those roll out, including things like out-of-district placements, where the union contracts that are unsettled so far may settle at, and so forth. And so there's, it's early in the year, there's a lot to be seen about how things go. And the other big sort of conclusion from the report was because of some of the changes to the finances, revenues right now are about $1.1 million above where we had projected last year. So what that might allow us to do, as we discussed, is to shift some of the funds from ESSER that had been allocated to ESSER 3 to allow ESSER 3 to carry over across future years. Because we would be able to carry some of that funds in the operating budget instead, or in some of the other revenue sources. The other thing that we talked about was really the, sort of the structure of the report. This is Sam's first quarterly report with Brookline, and so getting feedback from the committee about what would be valuable. And some of what we discussed was having reporting not just within the town allocation of funds by object categories, so personnel, services, supplies, et cetera, but also thinking about an all funds report that also looked at, so meaning specifically that pulled in the grants, that pulled in the other revenue sources so that we could look at holistically where we're spending our budget, and not just looking at an all funds report, but looking at the report by program allocation. So for example, how much are we spending on social studies? How much are we spending on SEL, or I should say guided? Some of these other sort of ways of looking at the programmatic priorities and how our budget supports our programmatic priorities that we discuss as a group. So that's the quick summary. I think the goal was to not just rehash and have the exact same presentation as the other day, and rather a summary, and to leave some time for questions, given that we have 10 minutes on the agenda for today for this report.
You did a good job, Mariah. Questions, comments? Okay, you did a really good job.
Wow.
Yeah, we're impressed, Sam, right? So you actually have more time because you're going into now 20 minutes for the budget developments.
Oh, okay. Well, we might actually spend more time on that. So
okay, well,
yeah,
we can move right ahead then.
We actually, just going on the budget, we didn't talk so much about the calendar yesterday because we ran out of time. We had multiple people with a 6 p.m. conflict, so we ended up ending half an hour early. But given our conversation earlier, and also the fact that Linus couldn't attend budget yesterday because of another, couldn't attend the finance meeting because of another conflict, meeting conflict, it might be really great to have the conversation on guidelines led by Linus today, and then we can have maybe a more extended conversation about that, especially given that we didn't get the chance to talk about it with Linus in finance yesterday. We really just reviewed the document that he had sent quickly, and then ended the meeting since he wasn't there anyways to be able to discuss. Is that okay with you, Linus? I didn't actually talk about that with you beforehand, but we were going to do that anyway, right? The discussion of the guidelines today.
I was looking forward to hear sort of the committee's thoughts or reflections on. There's certainly much more work that we need to do on the district side to look at it more comprehensively, especially in light of, think of some of the conversations. But it's sort of the dual-edged sword right now that I'm, or the tension without the strategic plan. We know what we have an idea of what we need to take care of next year. But without that plan, it's hard to say which direction we want to go besides the broader goals of financial stability, those types of things, as well as deepening or digging deeper around SEL as well as equity. So those are some of the things that we're teeing up in the priorities, but I think it's the senior team has to do some more work around shoring those up a little bit more, as well as sort of hear some of what the committee's priorities are as well. So it's both and in that regard.
Do you want me to pull them up on the screen, Linus, so you can?
Yeah, if
okay.
You have them there.
I do have them. And I have comments that I think other people in finance had comments yesterday that we reserved since you weren't there, and we were going to have the conversation today. So this is the document. Let me see if I can make it a little bit. I just want to point out that there's other material up here, but these are the guidelines that were sent. Are those legible?
Probably a little larger.
A little larger? Okay.
There we go.
It'll cut off a little bit at the bottom there, but not too badly.
That's good. So without having the full context of what y'all shared, we'll just read them briefly.
That didn't work. Sorry.
For the viewing audience. So again, thinking about how do we support the district's efforts regarding equitable access to advanced curriculum and inclusion, belonging for historically excluded groups, as well as our high achieving students. Focus on retaining, maintaining, and investing in the district's current and future staff. So you heard Leslie talk about much of the professional development. You also heard Matt talk about that as well. As far as supporting our students, that part came up a little bit in the MCAS discussion. Support district efforts regarding culturally responsive teaching, supported through PD, as well as recruitment and retention of educators of color, building a base for contingencies. You just shared that part. Build enrollment capacity with respect to staffing, budgeted to meet the class size guidelines. Establishing a conservative approach to the 23 circuit breaker. So again, establishing and building up circuit breaker. Provide sufficient reserve for our CBA obligations. Ensuring the budget takes into additional costs and expenses due to COVID, as well as any supply chain interruptions. We're all, I think, experiencing that in our personal lives. We're certainly seeing it in our food program here as well. Support educators through robust and well-planned ongoing PD, and provide clarity in the form of departmental budgets within the Office of Student Support Services. So these are sort of some broad brush strokes. There's still some more that needs to be added here, but I welcome the committee's thoughts, reflections, and feedback on what's presently here.
Okay, who has some thoughts, feedback, questions? Yeah, Mariah.
I'll start things off. So I liked the approach of going to the deputy superintendents and your other senior leadership to think about some of the priorities within each domain. I did notice, and I'm sure you did too, that there's overlap across them. So to whatever extent they'll get in the next round, get sort of cleaned up to have that be addressed would be great. One question I have, or two thoughts I had is, well, three thoughts. One is the conversation we just had about addressing these, the educational disparities that we see across subpopulations, and how we can be sincere and invested, literally invested in changing that. And so to what extent we see that explicitly in our guidelines, I would love to see something about that. With a true change in practice, that some way we're going to invest in that. Something we'd had last year for the first time, and I would love to see a priority around it if possible, is institutionalizing the summer program. And so I would like to see that. And then what you just mentioned too, strategic plan. And so to whatever extent you need external, or not external, but additional funding or earmarked funding for that purpose, having that in there to make sure you have the resources you need to make that happen. So those are the three big things that I would love to see named, or at least discussed. If you don't think they go in there, why not, or so on. Thanks.
Right, could you just mention your third one? I missed that. I'm sorry.
So subpopulation disparities,
Yeah.
summer program, and
Yep.
strategic planning.
Thank you. I just didn't get it down. I'm wondering if, I think there's a number of program reviews, and I don't know if it's coming out of just this year or if we need to follow up with budgetary support next year, thinking of the middle grades, thinking of the disproportionality and the special services. Those are two possible. I don't know if they need money for next year or not. And then also, I'm wondering about the follow through with the implementation of the new math program, if that's going to need budgetary considerations for next year. I know those are very specific and you're looking for guidelines, but I guess the guideline is follow up from things that we've started this year. Do we need to provide money for them for next year? And in specific, those are 3 specific examples. There's probably more. Other thoughts? Andy?
This is more of a methodological question. I seem to remember that last year's budget guidelines spelled out explicitly how we were going to calculate, or how we were going to project enrollment, on which sort of any discussion of class sizes probably has to be based. So I'm wondering whether it's worth spelling that out again this time, how we're going to, what assumptions we're making.
Just as a follow-up, and I don't know how do I put it? Because I know in capital, as part of the master plan, Helen had reminded Matt and myself, not being here until recently, maybe getting an enrollment projection from a demographer, which we're looking to pursue, but certainly wouldn't have that data, I think, in a timely enough way to impact the 23 budget cycle. Historically, what you do get, and what I'm used to, is most districts have access to NESDEC, and they put out an annual projection that some years are better than others on how accurate they project, but your point is well taken, Andy.
Yeah, I think last year it was as simple as stating that we were going to assume cohort survival for grades 2 and above, and then there was some other thing we brought in to estimate K1, like pre-pandemic projections, I think.
Other thoughts, comments, questions? Okay, does that give you something to think, Jennifer?
Sorry, so many people said things that were on my mind already, and I don't want to repeat them, but I echo a number of the things that have been said. And the only thing that I have on my mind right now that is different than what's already been mentioned is just making 2 things, I guess, reiterating what you said, Suzanne, about making sure that we budget to support all the great work that OTL and other departments, but I just happen to have that on my mind right now, is engaging in and make sure we have the budget that we need and that we have the staffing that we need to support the work that we've outlined that are part of the district goals. And the other thing is to make sure that we have whatever funding we need for, science and social studies. And I think that might fall under maybe PD, I'm not sure, but just to make sure that we have money for all those supplies. And I don't know, we haven't talked about the supply line budget, which we've been talking about over the last couple of years. We've had to cut a lot out of supplies due to budget crunches. And so I'm not really sure we're in a position to talk about raising that amount, but the idea behind previous discussions was cutting down the things that we need to ask families for and covering that in our budget.
The only reason I'm unmuting is I've heard that, Jennifer, in the past, those budgets have been reduced. What I was able to do and made a commitment was to not reduce them any further in 22. And so 22 was level funded, partly with ESSER money, ESSER 2, not 3, to hold harmless. But even doing that, I think your point is well taken. I guess it's, what is the right amount going forward? I think the inflation, at least being one of the guidelines, is at least, it's going to have to go up to at least get the same amount of supplies and materials next year. Level funding isn't going to cut it, it would appear.
Linus, is that helpful to you? Do you have any specific questions you want to ask us?
No, that's helpful. And I actually just sent Sam a message to say, probably for the, what I'd like to add to our process, to our calendar process, is thinking about next year, again, how do we continuously refine to improve, is sort of think about what our school committee priorities are so that we can incorporate them along the way, and be intentional about that planning. So as I'm listening to some of these things in terms of budgeting, and I think it's just the uniqueness of me being new to the system right now, I have a lot of wonderings about how we're going to actually execute on some of these pieces. Given the finite amount of time that we already have, we're already talking about a jam-packed school day. We're talking about, the amount, a finite amount of professional development time, all of those types of things. So when we say more, are we, and I'm looking at how efficient is the system, where are the bog spots? So there's that tension, that duality of purpose that's existing right now. So yes, to your question, Suzanne, this is very helpful, but I also want to contextualize it in terms of systems improvement so that we're not repeating and baking back in some of the struggles that the system is experiencing as well. So that's what's also top of mind for me.
Okay. So the calendar will come at another meeting. Is that right, Mariah? Yeah, okay.
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
Nope, that's great. Thank you. So we're going to move on to Helen, I believe. Helen, are you ready for us? You have the possible vote on the MCAS resolutions. You want to do the appointment of the MASC annual meeting delegates first? Delegate? You're on mute, Helen. Helen, you're on mute.
I'm so sorry. It's a vote on the MASC resolutions, of which there is an MCAS resolution. Yeah, it's just.
I didn't know if you first find.
You had all the initials, just they were mixed up.
Well, no, but no, it says the MASC annual meeting delegate. Do we need to vote on that?
Oh, yes, we do.
Why don't we do that first? Take them out of order.
Oh, okay, that would be fine.
Sure. Do you have to move that and then we vote?
Well, I'm not sure. I had understood that Susan Wolf Ditkoff was going to be the representative, but I think I heard that she may not be able to. I don't know. Susan, are you?
Yeah. So I am planning to be there. It might be a good idea if there's an alternate. It's on Zoom. But if yeah, I'm planning to be there, but it'd be good if there's an alternate.
It's on Saturday, the 6th of November, and I unfortunately will be out of town.
And it's on Zoom, so it's not, you don't have to go down to the Cape for it.
Right. I mean, is it going to be an alternate in case Susan can't make it?
Who did you ask?
I just went looking for a volunteer first. I don't want to deny anyone the opportunity. They want it. I mean, I'll volunteer to be the backup if if you can't do it, Susan, but if there's somebody who, I've done it before, so if there's somebody who hasn't done it and they would like to do it. Val, would you like to do it?
I will be the alternate, yes.
The alternate, great, thank you. That's great.
Thank you for stepping up.
Yeah, thank you. So do we need to move that and then vote it?
Yes.
I'll move that Susan is our MASC delegate and Val is our alternate. Do I have a second? Jennifer, thank you. Any discussion, questions about that? It actually goes on for 3 days, so I don't know. I mean,
I think this is just for the annual meeting though.
Yeah,
this is the Saturday morning.
Saturday, yeah.
And any of you can sit in on any of the meetings. I think it's possible to do that.
Because it's virtual, anyone can attend?
Yeah, it's virtual and in person.
Okay. Okay. So we'll vote. Susan?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Okay, so now we're on to the resolutions.
So I would like to do this in the following manner, and if people have questions, to please stop me. But the subcommittee went over the resolutions and determined that we would recommend to the full school committee to support all of the resolutions except resolution 4 and 7, where there are some questions. So maybe we can start. Do you want to take a vote on that, or first get questions and then a vote on that first and then go over the individual ones, or do you want to do it all? What is your pleasure?
I'm thinking, hopefully everybody has had a chance to look at them. I'm not sure that's true, but I hope you did look at them quickly. I'd like to have us vote on 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, and 9, since the committee recommended that we support them.
I'll move that.
Okay, Jennifer will second it. Are there any questions about those? It's not 4 and 7. We're going to come back to those. Okay, then we'll take a vote to support those. So it's 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, and 9. Okay. Andy,
Yes.
Jennifer,
Yes.
Mariah,
Yes.
Stephen,
Yes.
Susan.
I'll abstain as a rep.
Okay, Helen,
Yes.
Val,
Yes.
David,
Yes.
and I vote yes as well. So now let's take the other two separately.
So I was asked, with regards to recess, I was asked by the committee to understand better the resolution, and I spoke with Glenn Kuchar about that and the other resolution, number 7, and a few other items, which I'll report out to people. With regards to resolution 4, it does call for those 20 minutes to be within counted as the 990 or hours in a school year for students. I think what we had talked about at the meeting is that we presently have a policy about 20 minutes of uninterrupted, supervised, safe, and unstructured free play recess in the schools, and I'm pretty sure that we do that at this point. I don't think that we counted as the 20 minutes, to the best of my knowledge. There may be somebody here who can help us with that. And one of the members, or Andy, if you want to speak for yourself, felt that this should not be counted as part of the structured learning time. A number of members did, not just Andy. So, and so it was unclear. We can, if we desire, and speaking with Glenn, if we decide we'd like to make an amendment to this resolution, we can do so. But we have to put it in writing because of the way that they're conducting this meeting. You can't do it at the meeting. So, do people have thoughts?
Helen, forgive me, which one are you talking about right now?
I'm talking about number 4, recess.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And it has to do with the 20 minutes either being, as it reads, the 20 minutes are counted as part of structured learning time. And there was a real discussion among us about whether it should be or should not be.
So it looks to me like this is to support legislation. So it's a Senate bill and a House bill calling for at least.
Right, but it could be amended.
Right.
If we desire to.
What's the guidelines of law now? Do we know?
It's not counted as structured learning time, to the best of my knowledge. I don't know, Linus, are you aware?
Is that the change?
I think it's twofold. Some schools don't even
it's not,
have unstructured 20-minute recess. We
Right.
just don't even have it.
It's presently not counted.
Okay, that was my sense.
So that's a big change then, is to count it as, and making sure that there's a minimum of 20 minutes.
Well, the minimum of 20 minutes we already have as a policy, I'm pretty sure.
We in Brookline, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, this is to support legislation.
Right. I guess I feel also the same as Andy, that the recess should be recess. It's not, yes, you do learn things on the playground, but those are life lessons that we want to teach in school and we want to teach at recess. But we have such a short day. I would not want this to be counted as part of the day. In my opinion.
Yeah, so how do others feel?
So we can either just vote no,
right,
or we can put in an amendment, or we can vote yes. People can.
Helen, if we were to vote, would it make sense? I guess my question is, we want to encourage recess time. We just don't want it to be structured. So assuming people agree with that, we should probably vote an amended version just to make clear that we support the idea of recess in general, just not as structured time, right?
So Mariah, would we have to say that we actually support an amendment? We support not the legislative bill, but an amendment to that bill, or an amended version of that bill that wouldn't require it be structured learning time.
Yes. I don't know how to frame that in this context. I think that would be truer to our intentions than not voting anything.
Yeah, I would agree with you. What about others? How do others feel?
I'm sorry, I'm still confused. So if we were to vote for this, we're saying it cannot be excluded from structured learning time. And the argument for including it in structured learning time is that it has the effect of structured learning?
No, it shortens the structured learning that children might get.
Well, with the argument that this is in fact a kind of structured learning, right? Or is that a misunderstanding? Andy's saying no.
Well, so the discussion at the subcommittee is partly about, like, are we even reading correctly the wording of this proposed statement? And sounds like, Helen, if we were reading it correctly, it is meant to say that the recess should count as structured learning time. Our problem with that is just that it's going to take away from other things that are probably more worthy of being structured learning time. Because there's only so much structured learning time that we have hours to provide in a year.
Right, but the argument for it as structured learning time is that the whereases form the rationale for why it has the impact of structured learning. That it has I'm just trying to understand the argument because it's not clear to me.
Why
our argument or the resolutions argument?
The resolutions arguments say that the CDC and the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, that they show that recess is basically it has the impact of structured learning. Therefore, let's not exclude it from structured learning. I'm just trying to reconstruct it so I can understand where they're coming from. Or can anyone, maybe I should ask it this way, can anyone help me understand what the argument is for this resolution?
The whereases to me do not read as reasons to count it as structured learning. I mean, they're reasons to favor recess, but there's no justification for considering it to be structured learning.
Well, if it results in improved social and emotional development and improved memory, attention, and concentration, and so on, I can imagine someone making the argument that it has the impact of structured learning time, of a kind of structured learning time. Feel free to say this is not understanding. I'm just having trouble understanding the argument for it.
I think what they're saying is that some communities did away with it, and in order for them to put it back in their day, if it didn't count as structured learning time, they'd have to have a longer day.
I see.
And so they don't, you're not going to get a longer day. That's, you may or may not, but that's really a difficult thing to do. but they want to make sure that everybody has recess. So they said, we will allow you to count that as part of your structured learning so that we will guarantee that the kids have recess.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Suzanne. Isn't the history that with ed reform, recess was excluded at that point from structured learning time?
That's what it says, which excluded recess.
Before ed reform, there wasn't any structured learning time. You had the number of days a year.
Right, and I think that these bills then are looking to make that just allowable, right, for structured learning.
They want to make sure that everybody has recess, and they don't want people to say we can't have recess because, you know, there's not enough time in the day. And they're saying, yeah, we're going to give you credit for this because it's that important. I think that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Jennifer and then David.
Based on that argument, I'm inclined to support it because I want to make sure kids get recess because it's incredibly valuable for students to have that break and those experiences to come back and be that much more engaged, to have that fresh air and exercise. So I don't want kids in the state to not have recess. We're already not including it in our minutes, so it wouldn't really affect us. But for other communities, I wouldn't want the argument to be, well, we can't give it to them. I think it's that valuable for me.
Yeah, David?
I'm trying to figure out what the concern would be with supporting it. Is the idea that if we supported this, that more time would be allotted to recess and taken away from core academic subjects, for instance?
Yeah.
Is that the concern?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, essentially the states, if it passed, they would be giving us, you know, a buy on 20 minutes a day, because right now it's not included.
The way it's worded, it says calling for at least 20 minutes, which implies that in theory, there could be 3 hours of recess and it count as structured learning. So that part worries me a little bit. I'm definitely a proponent of recess, but
Not here, David.
Linus, do you have any thoughts on this?
Well, so I'm listening to the conversation. So in places, so I'm leaning toward Jennifer's thinking here. So your school day is your school day. So right now you have recess in your school day, and it's not counting towards that SLT. So this essentially you would, if nothing changes, you vote for this, you pass it, you get a bump in the overall SLT over the course of the year with nothing changing. It's not going to pull away from, because you've said you have a policy already that says you must have 20 minutes of recess. So that's not going to change unless you change your policy there. So I don't see it as a huge issue in terms of taking time away from other things, because you're already doing 20 minutes of recess already.
I mean, I thought it was, we agree that it will have no impact on Brookline. We're wondering what impact it might have on some other district. So are there sort of unforeseen problems, Linus, that you can think of that could crop up elsewhere if this passed?
I mean, I don't see it certainly for us. And I mean, in the systems that I've worked at, you know, everyone has made a strong commitment to recess in the sense that I've seen it. I mean, my little guy comes home talking about recess as well. And certainly in Lowell, recess was a policy decision there, but I don't see this as having a deleterious impact on our program of offering. Because already you've stipulated, the only thing you get is if you change nothing right now, you get 20 minutes additional bonus minutes counted towards SLT without changing anything.
Can I make a comment or response to that, which is, if we were to vote for this and it were to become law, would it be possible that there would be pressure on counting recess as learning time and therefore allowing for time during the day to be used for other things?
Yeah.
I'm not
I
following.
think there would be. So that's another
Yeah.
concern I have, Mariah, especially while there are a variety of contexts where we hear about pressures on time and how time could be utilized outside of learning. And this provides a minimum of 20 more minutes. Also, this is for the entire state, not just for Brookline. I would worry about districts where resources might be extremely tight and they could get around time and learning requirements by just expanding recess significantly. And I don't see how that's in the best interest of students either. As much of a proponent of recess as I am, it's important to have the right balance.
Well, I mean, that's up to DESE to.
Right. I mean, there's the checks and balances with
Yeah,
it.
yeah, that you're not going to get 3 hours of recess, DESE's not going to allow that. Maybe they'll allow 20 minutes, but that would be the most. Why don't we take a vote? Because this doesn't impact us tremendously. So you can vote whatever you think is right. Mariah, did you want to say something?
Well, I was going to say that I would move no action. I'd rather move no action and then favorable action.
We could do that. I mean, that's, it's kind of flawed the way it's written here, but we don't see the whole law, the legislation that it's trying to support. So I have on the floor a motion to do no action. Do I have a second to that?
Can I ask what no action means? So it does not mean we oppose it. It simply means we're not going to actively support it on the floor.
No, we're not gonna, you're right.
Okay.
Or abstain.
You could
Maybe more appropriate would be abstention.
Well, a motion of no action isn't an abstention. It's just not a motion of support, right? So.
Okay, I'm not sure.
It's stronger than an abstention. It's stronger than an abstention.
Right. I second your motion for no action, Mariah.
So if we vote yes in this vote, we're voting for no action. Is that correct, Mariah?
And that's
Correct.
what we're directing Susan or Val to do at the meeting.
Right.
Right.
But they're not going to say all those voting no action, raise your hand.
No.
They're going to ask for yes, no's, or abstention. So we can vote no actions, but you still need to instruct us as to how to vote when they call a vote.
You're not going to vote favorable action. So that means you're going to vote no.
Oh.
But Susan might abstain.
I'm asking, do I abstain? If this passes and the school committee votes no action, do you want me to, does that mean I abstain or does that mean I vote no?
Well, you could also just not vote.
Right, that's what it means to me as well. I think it would just be not voting on it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can do that.
You could do that.
We can just scratch or vote present. I don't know.
Well, I'm not actually sure they do it by roll call. I'm trying to imagine what they did last time I did it virtually.
They may have to do roll call if it's with the open meeting law.
Okay, but just don't vote, right? That's the instruction.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, well, okay.
I'll do whatever you want. Just tell me what to do. I want to make sure I'm doing the right thing. What I'm hearing from Mariah is don't vote.
Can I suggest moving favorable action after all? I feel like that'll give clearer direction to Susan.
You want favorable action.
Well, we have a motion that got seconded.
Right.
So
the vote, you'd have to vote against this, Stephen.
Got it.
If this fails, then we could go to yours. Right? Is that how we do that?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, I would actually, if I could, I would like to introduce a motion to instruct Susan to vote no, because voting no means that we do not want MASC to endorse this when it comes up for the legislature. And that's how I feel, because I think it seems so poorly worded that I don't want the MASC to be out there with this. But so how do I get that? How do I get this on the floor, Mariah?
Do we have to vote this tonight? Is there a reason it has to be voted tonight?
No, we can think about it more.
Okay, because I have some things about it that I'd like to say, but I don't want to say them now.
Okay. Okay. So we won't vote on this one now. And number 7,
Wait,
So no-
but I thought it was seconded, Mariah's motion.
it was.
I'm withdrawing my motion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mariah.
Okay, moving on to resolution number 7. As I was asked to get more information on this resolution, and part of the issue is when the state has taken over receivership of a district, they've never given it back to the district. There's never been real clear guidelines or a way for a district to sort of claw their way out, for lack of a better term, out of receivership. There are 3 districts that are presently and have always been in receivership: Holyoke, Lawrence, and Southbridge. I don't know if it's worth it for us to take a whole lot of time on this one, to be honest. I'm not sure it's going to make a difference. I'm not sure. Do people have any thoughts? But that's the reasoning. It's being put forward by some members, I think, of the board of directors who are in those districts, by the MASC board of directors. Well, it's being put forward by the whole board, but.
Or can I move no action in Mariah's sense? So we would be instructing Susan to abstain on this vote.
Why don't you just move what you want her to do?
Okay, I move that we ask Susan to not participate in the vote on this resolution.
Do I have a second to that?
I'll second it.
Okay, thanks, Mariah. Let's just vote. If we vote yes, that means we're telling Susan not to vote on this. Is that correct? Just to make sure. Okay. Okay, Susan.
Abstain.
Helen.
Yes.
Val.
Yes.
David.
I'm gonna vote no on this one.
Okay, Andy.
Yes.
Jennifer.
No.
Mariah.
Yes.
Stephen.
I abstain.
And I vote no, actually. So 1, 2, 3, 4 yeses, and 1, 2, 3 noes, and 2 abstentions. What does that mean?
It means that it passed, right? 4-3-2.
It was 4 to 3 to 2. Yeah.
Okay, so then it passed, which means that I abstained.
Right. It's 4 to 3 to 2. Okay.
Is someone gonna write this down and remind me?
I think Robin's taking the minutes.
Robin.
Yeah. Just a couple other things, if I can right now, as long as we're talking about this in government relations, if that's okay with people.
Yeah,
There are
go
some questions. Is this okay to do this now?
Yep.
Great. There were some questions brought up at government relations about some legislation that's out there and what MASC is doing with it, things that weren't in the resolutions. So the minstrel products House and Senate bill has been endorsed, was endorsed last year by MASC for school districts to have those in the schools. And it's a high priority for them. So that was the feedback I got from Glenn on that one. All this is from Glenn. Glenn Kuchar, who is the executive director of the Mass Association of School Committees. The open meeting law too, that they're working on it and trying to make sure that it extends beyond, just as they were talking about today in our article. They also wrote a letter to the governor regarding vaccinations of teachers and children. So that's the sort of.
I kind of hate to say this, but Robin's keeping us honest. We will not be meeting again with the school committee. I mean, we will be with the workshop, but we won't be meeting for, full regular meeting until November 10th. So the resolution 4 in recess will have already come up on the 6th. So we could do it at the workshop if you want to think about it.
It's not clear to me where people stood, if they felt that it should be counted or not counted, or whether we should put an amendment in.
Yeah, we could bring it up at the workshop, have people think about it. Mariah said she had some thoughts.
Okay.
We can bring it up at the workshop.
Okay.
And just spend a few minutes on it.
And I'll volunteer to pull the bills and do a summary before then too.
Oh,
wow. That's very nice of you.
Thank you.
And the government relations will be meeting in November. We haven't set up a date yet, but we will to discuss meeting with our legislators, where we may have 2 less legislators than we have now.
No, I'm not sure we're having different ones.
No, I think.
No, we would have different ones. So the state map is out. It's just we would have 2 new state representatives. It would be Representative Honan for what's currently Precinct 13.
Yeah.
And Representative Balzer for what's currently Precinct 14 and 15 and part of 5.
Part of 5, yeah.
No, but we don't have a Lugar though. We won't. So
taking that.
How many do we have altogether? How many
We have
reps?
4 right now, and we'll have 4 in the next cycle as well. It's just 2 of them are being swapped
Okay,
out.
then I misread it. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, we're going to move on to subcommittee and liaison reports. So if you have something to report, let me know, and I'll give you the floor for a few minutes. Finance, I feel like, Mariah, we've covered it, but was there anything else?
There is something else. So, okay, hold on. Sorry, I'm doing bedtime at the same time. One other thing that I wanted to report that we sorry. One other thing I wanted to report that we discussed yesterday was a new process around the accounts payable warrant, which is basically everything except personnel. This is something that's required by state law that we hadn't been fully doing what we needed to do before. And so I'll be going to town hall every Monday to review the non-payroll expenses from the previous week and then sign off on them. And then I'll be coming to school committee. If we can add a new subcommittee report, just call it warrant at the end. And then I'll give a brief summary of what I've signed off on since our last meeting. I'm thinking to make it separate from finance, just to have it, because it's not really from the subcommittee, but it's really like a specific report that I'm doing.
Wow, that sounds like a lot of work. Okay.
We'll find out.
Thank you. Okay, who else has something to report? Jennifer?
We met on September 21st, the curriculum subcommittee met. Several of the presentations were repeated this evening, or versions of the presentations, including an MCAS presentation and a presentation on social emotional learning. What I want to highlight that was not included in our meetings tonight was the timeline for the Office of Teaching and Learning Goals. There's a lovely document that Leslie and her team shared with us that has some specifics and details on their goals and timelines. So if you're interested, the meeting is recorded and the materials are posted, so you could take a look at that. And we are also anticipating, the district is working on a request for proposals for middle school review. So that, just to let people know that that is moving forward. If anyone has any questions, let me know.
Thank you. Helen.
Yeah, so with Capital, the Pierce School is having a community meeting this coming Monday, October 26th at 7 p.m. to be presented with the 4 different options that the architects have put together for the new Pierce School, the renovation, addition, whatever it's going to be, new building. And you're all welcome to come and see it. It will probably be online too. We'll post it afterwards if you can't make it, but it should be an interesting meeting. Trying to think if there was anything else, Susan, on Capital from Driscoll or Val, or I think things are moving along in all projects right now at a good pace. So I think that's about it for capital.
Thank you. Andy, did you want to do negotiations?
I'm sure I can give a quick update on negotiations. So as we discussed earlier in the meeting, we recently finished negotiating with the BEU over COVID-related issues. We also met yesterday with a different bargaining team from the BEU. This was the first time since June 30th that we've sat down to work on 3-year contracts for Unit A, mostly teachers, and Unit B, mostly administrators. So a lot of proposals got left on the table back in June. Both parties now have an opportunity to revive those proposals or bring forward new ones. We spent most of yesterday's session listening to the BEU present some new proposals regarding salaries and other areas of the contract. And we were asking questions to try to understand these proposals and how much they would cost in terms of money and in terms of instructional time for students. So we're meeting again on October 27th to discuss Unit A, and on November 3rd to discuss Unit B, and we have a further meeting scheduled for November 18th as well.
Thank you, Andy. Helen?
I have one more. I know Linus touched on it in his superintendent report, but I'd like to highlight it for the committee in terms of us having, this is early childhood, having the commissioner from the Department of Early Education and Care come and observe our programs. She was very impressed with them, as I expected she would be. And I wanted Regina Watts Regina and Margaret Eberhardt both did a fantastic job of organizing it, and the kids were great. You know, we walked around to all the different classrooms, both at Lynch and over at Ridley, and then even at on Beacon. We walked through the 5 classes there where one of the teachers was actually a childhood friend of the commissioner. So all roads lead back to Brookline. But that being said, we had some very serious conversations about how the Department of Early Education and Care and DESE can coordinate better for public schools to be more part of the early education framework. Right now, it makes it very difficult. You get certified by DESE or you get certified by DEC. There are all sorts of bureaucratic difficulties that the commissioner is well aware of and has had experience in early childhood, actually in Chicago. And so we had some very good conversations about that and thoughts about how we might be able to move forward. And I think it's very important for us. We've always been at the vanguard with early childhood. And as you all know, there's going to be money in the coming out of Congress, hopefully, if they pass the bill, for universal pre-K. And that's going to be something that I would like for us to be set up to hop on when that does happen, to figure out what we need to do to be able to do that for the students in Brookline. So, and especially for students, high quality early childhood has been proven over and over again in many studies to show that that's what makes a difference for low income kids, especially. I think that's hopefully something that we can really maximize here.
Thank you, Helen. David, did you want to do policy? I see you have 2, a first reading and a possible vote.
Yes, that's right. So at the most recent policy meeting, which convened earlier this week on Monday, we discussed a revised policy on school admissions, which is basically how we operate enrollment. And Megan Greeny, she authored a revised draft of that. The policy subcommittee discussed it at length. We voted 4-0 for referral to the full school committee. There were a couple changes that were proposed at the policy subcommittee to the draft that had been provided to us. One of those changes was to change a heading essentially of subsequent enrollment, which was confusing to some members, to continued enrollment. Then another change was to separate the sentences about the appellate rights into its own section so that it was very clear that parents or students who've reached the age of majority would be in a position to be able to appeal more broadly certain determinations. And that change was offered in the spirit of ensuring that we have equity. Because one of the changes that you may see in this policy is that now we're no longer going to have a list of very specific itemized documents that families need to provide in order to enroll their students or to prove that they are maintaining residency in Brookline. It's going to be a bit looser under this proposal, where 3 or more documents would need to be provided, and the Office of Enrollment at various times during a student's career in Brookline might make a request to just have that reassurance that the student is indeed eligible to remain in the Brookline school system. Perhaps if we have Megan here, she can come on and explain the draft.
Not here. She's
Okay.
not here.
All right, that's fine. So then also one other issue that came up in our discussion, our policy on this for many years has stated on the first page that it is presumed that if a student is a resident here for 3 months or less, the student does not meet resident eligibility requirements. This line was concerning for a lot of subcommittee members because we weren't exactly sure what state and federal law might say about how long a student can be out of school. And if Brookline is setting in our policy that unless you're here for 3 months, you don't qualify as a resident, that could lead us to potentially be out of alignment with state and federal law. So further inquiries are going to be made into that. Ellen, I see you have a question.
Yeah, no, it's a statement. I'm sorry, I'm giving history again. This might be difficult, but the reason that that was put in is some people come on 3-month visas, visitors visas, or even a visiting professor visa. And what they were doing is basically, using the Brookline public, and especially, well, I think it was for all kids, using the Brookline public schools as, their way to take care of their kids, even though they weren't here for a full year. And so this is for non-resident people who are coming for 3 months to do a sabbatical type of thing. And the issue has to do more with not wanting these children, but the fact that, it really disrupts a classroom with kids coming in and out, and, you having to, readjust every few months. If a kid is coming here to stay for the year, or even for 6 months, or comes at the end of the year, but it's going to continue the following year, that's a different story. But that was the logic behind that at the time.
Okay. So the main rationale for why this policy is being revised now is that it will greatly facilitate the Office of Registration and Enrollment to enroll kindergartners, which is a process that's going to be starting soon. And so this was brought to my attention within the last month, and that's why we decided to press forward with it. And this particular draft was composed by staff subject to those 2 relatively minor edits that I described at the beginning. So do any other members have thoughts, concerns, additional edits that they would like to make?
Stephen, you have your hand up.
Just a question, David. Will having looser requirements potentially have the effect of increasing the number of inquiries that might lead to enforcement action, in your opinion? I mean, the change looks great to me. I just want to know if you consider that possibility.
I suppose it could, but I think that the rationale is more about just the practical reality that not everyone can get an affidavit from their landlord, for instance, and sometimes that could tie up registration. And if there's another way to prove that you're a resident in Brookline and you can get the process streamlined through other documents, then we want to allow that rather than having rigidity around any one particular document. So I'm optimistic that it wouldn't lead to some kind of sea change of inquiries into whether someone's a resident. It might actually be the opposite. But there are various ways to prove that one's a resident, and we can be flexible about that. It might alleviate concerns more quickly.
Thanks, David. That makes sense to me.
So David, this is the first reading, correct?
That's right. And I'm hoping to hear back from town council by the time that we have our second reading on that issue about the 3 months.
Okay. Do you want to move on to this possible vote on the support of House Bill 926?
Yes. So we also discussed at the policy meeting on Monday an act relative to improving pesticide protections for Massachusetts school children, House Bill 926. State Representative Vitolo came on to our policy meeting and described why he feels it would be very useful for us to opine on this act and to support it. Also, Clint Richmond of the Green Caucus, who first brought this to my attention last spring, came on and also explained the many reasons why it's important for us as a school committee to endorse improving pesticide protections for school children. There are several communities in Massachusetts, as well as in neighboring states like Connecticut and New York. In fact, in Connecticut and New York, there's already been statewide action. But on the Massachusetts side, in Somerville, for instance, and in Cambridge, the school committees there passed a resolution essentially endorsing House Bill 926, which you have a copy of in your materials. The only changes I made to the Somerville version was substituting public schools in Brookline. So I would be recommending that we take action on this today. Both Representative Vitolo as well as Clint Richmond impressed upon the subcommittee the importance of moving swiftly on this, because it's always more influential to provide support prior to a vote rather than after the fact.
In the legislation, yeah.
Yes.
So are you moving it?
Yes, I would move that we support House Bill 926, an act relative to improving pesticide protections for Massachusetts school children.
And do we have a second? Jennifer, you're doing a second? Okay. Questions, comments, concerns? Susan?
Sorry, just, in terms of what it binds the PSB to, what does it bind us to?
So essentially, we would not be able to use pesticides on school grounds absent exigent circumstances.
What would we do?
We would use what's considered environmentally clean solutions to pest control. But in the event of an emergency, it appears that there would still be the ability to utilize pesticides.
Sorry, and I may have blanked out for a moment while you said this, but did Parks and Rec weigh in on this? Because don't they do a lot of our maintenance?
They do all of it.
Have not heard from them directly yet.
And do we know what the cost of, sorry.
So I asked a question about costs to Representative Vitolo, and his response to that was New York and Connecticut have already done this statewide, and the two of them have a lot of demographic similarities to Massachusetts. And if it were really that cost prohibitive, then Connecticut and New York probably would not have already passed something similar.
Okay. I mean, it sounds like a great idea. I'm not sure I would have enough information to support it, but it sounds good.
Okay. Other thoughts?
It would have been good to get, the advice from possibly Aaron Schutt-Galantine as to what effect this would have, or even to talk to Matt. If this is not for interior cleaning, this is for pesticides on grass or whatever else you might.
Right.
have outside.
Okay, let's take a vote, whether we want to go on record as supporting this. David,
Yes.
Andy,
Yes.
Jennifer,
Yes.
Mariah. You there, Mariah?
I'm here and I vote yes.
Thank you. Stephen,
Yes.
Susan,
Yes.
Helen,
Yeah, I want to vote yes, but I would love to have had that information. You know, and so it's yes.
okay,
It's
Val?
motherhood and apple pie, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Okay, thank you. Are there any other reports, updates, reports from anybody? Stephen,
Just briefly again, I wanted to let the committee know that I attended with Sasha Palmer and VHS school social studies teacher Roger Grandy, the Farm to School Institute 2-day workshop on I guess sustainable food policy, most loosely. I'll just share 2 points. One is for me the intellectual takeaway was it was conceptualizing the cafeteria as a classroom, or as they said it, as the biggest classroom in schools, which I really hadn't thought of that way before. And the more we discussed it, the more useful that seemed to me as a way to think about a cafeteria. Why shouldn't the values of PSB be embodied in the cafeteria as well as other places? But the other thing I wanted to raise, and Suzanne, I mentioned this briefly in an email to you. I'm curious to know what process you would advise if I were to. I'm interested in figuring out to what extent we're promoting sustainability as a value across PSB, and equipping students with the tools and motivation to adapt and fight climate change as a goal, which is it's loosely embodied in one of the goals, which talks about facing the world. But I think it could be sharpened a bit more to the specifics of the issues they'll face. In what forum are these kinds of issues raised, Suzanne, and for the rest of the school committee, who surely have been through this kind of process before? I'm also interested in particular in if David and Helen, as the main environmental liaisons preceding me, if you have any advice for me, if I could take any of this action to any particular subcommittees. Would this go straight to policy, or would this go somewhere else? Thanks.
it's a good question, Stephen. Who has some thoughts? I mean, I don't think we have a sustainability person or certainly department. We do in the town, but not in the
Yeah,
school I know of.
I'm also liaising with the Climate Action Committee, and so this is really a two-parter. One is if this did, in the opinion of the school committee, raise to the level of value that we think the PSB should embody, what's the forum to discuss that? And two, where would any policy recommendations or recommendations in general from this go?
Yeah, David?
I think a couple places. So when we have our school committee workshops and we talk about district goals, I think that would be one place to have that discussion, and where we could incorporate that into whether it's our mission statement or our goals. And then the other place probably would be policy, if there's something that's a little more specific, that's environmentally related. Capital as well, depending on whether it's specific to school grounds or a school building. And then also finance, if it's a financial issue. So a lot of different places, depending on what the specific one is, but for sort of an overarching message on sustainability, I think the place for that would be at a school committee workshop where we're talking about our goals.
Yeah, Mariah?
Thanks. Advisory very recently, within the past, I don't know, 2 or 3 years, established a sustainability subcommittee where one had never existed, in part because these are cross-cutting issues, but when it's everybody's responsibility, it's nobody's responsibility. And so the school committee may want to consider whether having a sustainability subcommittee or working group or something like that is important to really bring focus to it and to call it as a priority.
Yeah. I think we might talk about that. I don't think we'll talk about it tonight, but I think we should talk about it. I don't know what that would look like, so think about what it should look like, you know, in terms of a subcommittee, a task force, a liaison. I'm not sure. Stephen, did you want to say something?
No, thanks for the advice on this. For next steps for me, if there are specific policy recommendations that come out of the Farm to School Institute, I'll take them, David, to you. But thanks for the broader advice, how to raise this as a more cross-cutting value or goal.
Yeah.
You know, Stephen, just so that you're aware, in the last 3 buildings that we've built, Ridley, now Driscoll, and the high school, and then Pierce, we've sort of incrementally done more and more and continued with the things that we did in the first building, but even added on to it. So the concrete that we're talking about, the low carbon concrete, is now part of the Pierce School. The electric chargers, all those things. I think one of the things that we've talked about a little bit is more education in terms of it. And some teachers are definitely, I mean, we had a presentation from Lincoln School. The science teacher had their kids count and weigh. I mean, it was a wonderful project that the teacher did. The compost, they decided to do composting. They got a grant from the PTO. And what that has led to is composting in all our schools. So, you know, there's much happening, but more that could happen, I think.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, Helen. That for me, this is really coming from again, I'm saying this as a very new committee member now. The observation that there seem to be a great number of discrete initiatives or activities that can be loosely grouped around green education or sustainability, but there isn't really a education sector-wide mandate that I think can give force and unity to a lot of these initiatives, and thus set us up so that we could become a leader in these issues or even seed innovation in these areas. And so I'm sorry, I'll save the rest of this for a workshop. Thanks for the guidance.
Well, you know, and Stephen, as you're speaking, there is a gap there. That is a whole area that we don't really have coverage for. And I mean, we have bits and pieces and we have people leading different efforts, but we don't really have a very formal look at it. And, you know, maybe you would like to jump in and kind of help us figure that out. I think that would be really great.
I would be happy to do that, but I also have to acknowledge that Helen has been a pretty loud voice on these issues too, and David has done a lot of work, but I would be very happy to work on this.
Yeah, David?
One related thought that came to mind, we have the Wellness Committee, which really needs to get back together again. So under their own charter of sorts, they're supposed to meet in cycles of 3 years to come up with updates. And I think year 3 was last year. So hopefully we can bring back the band or reconstitute it in some other way.
Yeah, we'll have to, I don't think they met at all last year. I could be wrong, but so you're right. We should look that up. We should look that up and see.
Which committee was that? I missed it.
Well,
wellness.
Ah, okay.
It has a lot to do with public mental health group, but yes, and schools and whatever. Good point, David. Any other new business? Jennifer.
I just actually have a question that perhaps we can just get an update on. I have it on an ongoing list of questions. Do we know what's going on with the New England Association of Schools and Colleges process? Or we've talked about it a few times and I don't know what the status is.
I think that's yours, Linus.
So actually, Anthony and I spoke about that this week, and I think they actually have an upcoming meeting to discuss the process that's facing them, I think in 22, 23.
So it's still in discussions about whether or not we would engage in the process. Is that right? Maybe? I just think there was some question about whether or not we would participate, right? Am I misremembering this? Anybody? Crickets?
No, I think you're remembering it right.
Okay, so yeah, so I guess I'm wondering if we've made a decision yet about whether or not we would engage in the process, or whether the district would engage in the process. I was just curious.
I don't think we had a discussion about that. It came up, but not as, I don't think we made any decisions as a committee. But you're involved with that, right, Linus?
Yeah, so the Chicopee review is coming up, I think, in November. The second week in November.
Will, after you do that review, will you have a better sense if it's something we want to participate in?
I think so. And certainly I want to hear from Anthony in terms of what value he sees and whether this makes sense, if he feels that it still makes sense for Brookline High as well. So I want to get that community's input in it as well.
So I think you're right, Jennifer, you need to bring it back maybe after you do the Chicopee thing. Review, after you have some sense of it, Linus.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. That's helpful. I was just checking in.
Yeah, no, thank you, Jennifer. Okay, I'm going to move to meet in executive session pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 38, Section 21A for the following purposes. Purpose 3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the Brookline Educators Union, BEU, Unit A and Unit B, and to discuss strategy with respect to potential litigation, EDCO collaborative, if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining and litigating position of the public body and the chair so declares. And purpose 7, to review and approve executive session minutes from the following meetings, September 23rd, 2021 and October 7th, 2021. Do I have a second to that motion? Thank you, David. And we'll take a vote to go into executive session. Susan?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes. Did I?
Val?
Yes.
Thank you. David?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So we will not be coming back to open session after our executive session. Just to remind the school committee that we are meeting on Monday for our workshop. And you will be getting all that
Oh,
information.
Tuesday.
Is it Tuesday?
Workshop is Tuesday, please, because I have another meeting on Monday.
Okay.
It's Tuesday the 26th.
On the
Thank
20 the 26th. Don't panic. I said it wrong. My mistake.
I did panic.
Tuesday. And Erwin Blummer is going to lead us in a conversation. You'll see the agenda, you'll get the attachments, and he wants to lead off with one major takeaway that we each had from our last workshop. I know Val was not there, but you could read the minutes and look at the slide, just see if there's anything that strikes you, Val. And so come prepared to just participate in that reflection of our last workshop, which was, I believe, in July. So anyway, just a heads up, a little homework for those of us who are going to attend on Tuesday at 6 o'clock. Okay, I will see you all in executive session in just a few minutes. Thank you very much.